Yeah.
It's already brought. So you see the red ones with the line through it are the ones that are canceled.
Yeah.
But they're not marked off on your green paper. Okay, let's go, we gotta call the meeting to order. All right, good morning. I hereby call the Palm Springs Special City Council meeting of May 21, 2025 to order. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Thank you, President. That all members are present.
All right, the next item is public testimony. It's been set aside for members of the public to address city council on items of agenda items only. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Do you have anyone in the public that would like to make a comment? No public comments.
All right, beautiful. So we will move on to our agenda item, and that is interviewing and appoint applicants to the Historic Site Preservation Board, Measure J, Oversight Commission, and Human Rights Commission. And we are starting with this one is the other. We are starting with Historic Site Preservation. Michael Pennell. And the next one. In person. And the other one will be in person, Eric McCready.
Is Charles a cancel?
He's a cancer. He doesn't.
Experience.
Yes.
I'll keep time here.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. It's a very different experience sitting on this side.
We'll be gentle.
Thank you.
You'll be just fine also too. Okay, council, anybody who'd like to start off? Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, as a point of order, Mr. Mayor, since this is actually my first council interview session for commission, is there a protocol that normally this council has just individual questions? Is it?
We have a list of questions that are in the packet. We've used them, or you can use, and we generally have rotated one question per council member
Of the questions on,
of the questions here, or adaptation of it, if you.
very good, okay.
So you can ask one of these or ask anything that you would like separate.
Thank you, okay, understood, thank you.
You want to pull the first one?
I yield.
All right, here's the easy one on the top. Michael, why do you want to serve on the Historic Site Preservation Board?
So that's actually an easy one to answer.
Well, let me give you another one. Then.
Okay, no, I want the easy one. So the reason I was on the appeals board, the administrative appeals board for 6 years, 4 years of which I chaired it. And it was an incredibly rewarding experience for me. I went off last year. I had done 2.5 terms. I had to rotate off. So when I got the email from the city that looking for people to apply to be on different boards, I looked through all the boards. I felt like this, since I can't be on the appeals board, this was a great fit for me. I have been, since living here full time, I have been a docent with the Historical Society, and I'm also a lover of history. And so because I do tours of the city, both walking and bike tours, talking about the different classifications of historic designations on buildings for years, with probably about 2,000 people over the number of years I've been doing tours. I find that to be very interesting. And so that's why I chose this board.
Okay. Councilmember
I
Bernstein.
think you answered 3 of the questions. And
I like to be efficient.
so do you see any specific issues or problems facing the Historic Site Preservation Board that, and how you might address those, and any ideas?
I'm not sure that I would say I see any issues. I think probably, maybe I'm being semantics, but I think one of the challenges is, when somebody maybe wants a class 1 historic designation for their property, but maybe it doesn't meet the criteria for that. I know doing the tours, we have a number of properties that where maybe a previous owner has requested a class one and they're offered a class two and they find that a little insulting. So I think the challenge is maybe making sure people understand that that's not necessarily a bad thing, that a class two still protects their property. And it still means that it's very important in the city's history architecturally.
Great, thank you. Councilmember?
Thanks for being here with us this morning.
My pleasure.
You mentioned that you served 2 terms
Mhm.
on the appeals.
Mhm.
So obviously have some experience on civic involvement in our city. Can you just share how those 6 years helped prepare you, kind of how you think about commission service and just any learnings or best practices that you would take from those 6 years to this?
Sure. So when I joined the appeals board, my first year, I believe I was filling out somebody else's term. So I did a little over 2 full terms. I started out, with a kind of, I don't want to say attitude, but the perspective that I needed to learn how that board really operated. Once I was really comfortable with it, and Cassandra knows me very well from those meetings, I became, in my opinion, I hope you would agree, kind of a driving force for that board. I never tried to be too heavy-handed, but I was the person on that board that really knew what the majority of what that board is facing was about. And, in all honesty, most of what that board faces are vacation rental fines, because those are some of the biggest fines the city imposes. And because I knew that industry, I was able to speak intelligently, ask intelligent questions, know when an appellant may be not being 100% honest. And so I think I was able to really hold that, especially when I was chairing it, hold that board to a really high standard. And I found it to be an incredibly rewarding experience. I love the city and I love history. Frankly, my experience being a docent made me really rethink why in college I wasn't a history major. That was probably a miss for me. But that's why I went on the appeals board, is because I really love this city and I wanted to contribute. And so that's really one of my main motivations for seeking this position.
Sweet. Councilmember?
Thank you. Yeah, my question, Michael, is it's sort of a policy question. There's not necessarily right or wrong answer. I'm just curious your thoughts on.
Oh. Is it on? It's green.
I'm green. Green. Very good. Okay. And again, not necessarily right or wrong answer, just curious your thoughts on the idea. Obviously, we value historic site preservation is at high value in our community. Also, we value economic development, and sometimes the two sort of collide or come up against each other. So I'm just curious how you sort of thread the needle. What's your balance there? How do you address those kinds of issues?
So that's a really interesting conundrum. I think one of the ways that needle gets thread, if you will, is that no property, to my understanding, no property is given one of those designations without the owners really seeking that designation. That, there are not the restrictions that come with it imposed on an owner. At least that's my understanding of those designations. I believe that those designations kind of help further the city's attractiveness to, if you will, to the people that are really coming here to explore that history, that mid-century modern dynamic here. I'll tell you, one of the things I tell everybody that goes on any of the tours I give is that one of the unique things about Palm Springs is we have more mid-century modern properties in this city than any city in the world, second only to Tel Aviv.
Well, Michael, if to put a finer point on that, on that example that you just said. So, for example, you may be familiar with the corner of Indian and Ramon, the California Bank, the bank that was designated historical. So for example, that owner absolutely opposed it, was saying it was affecting his ability to deal with it. He's never doing any other stuff in the city, all those kinds of things. So when there is opposition, how would you address that?
So I think that's a really fine balance. That building is, it is significant in the city. And so I think there's a number of things that need to be looked at. It's not only the significance of the building, but I think you also have to balance, what restrictions does that put on the owner? With an owner being vehemently opposed to it, that has to weigh in there. And I couldn't tell you without, being part of that discussion, how much that weighs in there, but I think it has to weigh in there to some degree.
There is no easy answer to that, right? Because we didn't know all those details, but those things do come up, and I appreciate your opinion on those.
Good follow-up. That's something for Dana.
Just quickly, you touched on this a bit already, but can you speak a little bit more about what value you add to the commission that's not already there?
Well, I think I will say what I add, I won't say that I don't know that I would say it is not already there, because I don't want to,
Sure.
set myself apart from the rest of other members, many of which will be on that board still for a couple of years. But one of the ways I would describe myself is I am teachable, which means I don't go in with kind of a perspective. I am somebody who can learn, can be taught, that through experience, kind of in a situation like Mr. Reddy was describing, through experience, like what's the best way to handle situations like that. My thing is I'm teachable.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, sir, and I know you're very disappointed leaving the most exciting and fun commission.
It was hard to leave, because
Like, how many times did you even meet in all those years?
well, the first couple of years I was on it, we met in person. We did probably 2 years via Zoom.
But how many times?
We started twice a month when I first went on the board, and then we shifted to once a month. We had I think it was before your time here, we had a huge backlog.
Okay.
So we were meeting twice a month. Once we had kind of cleared that up or caught up, we went to once a month. But I loved that experience, absolutely loved it. I loved every one of those meetings, and never missed. And I felt an obligation as a member or as a chair to really be engaged, as I felt like we owed that to the appellants that were coming before that board.
Well, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Eric McCready. And there are 2 applicants to fill 2 roles. Both commissioners departing are from District 5. And coincidentally, both applicants are from District 5.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Where do you want me?
Right over here.
Let's see.
Hi, Eric, how are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Welcome.
Glad to be here.
Thank you. Thanks for your commitment and your expressing your interest wanting to serve. So we'll take turns asking some questions. Who would like to start?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I do have first one. So first of all, I would like to ask you, Eric, how do you deal with your name? Are you McCready or are you McCready?
McCready,
Okay.
Mother McCray.
We have some commonality there. I get that all the time. So, if I could ask you, in historic site preservation, obviously we value, I would say, very highly, historic site preservation. We also value economic development. Sometimes those two come up against each other. How do you find that kind of, not a conundrum, but how do you balance those two?
I think by using historic preservation as an economic tool, it encourages revival, restoration. People coming to visit if that's what we're looking for. I think it encourages tourism. I've just been looking at National Trust Preservation magazine outside, realizing I've been reading this thing for 50 years and it guides me in where I go to stay. So I think that preservation is a magnet for the modernism that we have here, all over the country.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Bernstein.
Yes, thank you for applying, first of all. So I noticed you haven't watched any or been to any meetings.
haven't.
What's your understanding of what the Historic Site Preservation Board does?
I've been reading the website and looking at minutes or trying to look at the minutes because they're in very small print, and even with my reading glasses, I have trouble. That's how I've learned about what the commission does. And there is a lot for me to learn. There's a lot I don't know. So I'm hoping that if this proceeds to a positive conclusion for me, that I will be working with someone or mentored by somebody who can teach me about local issues and statutes.
Okay, so you're not sure yet about what the board does? Yeah, exactly.
I've read everything. I see what they do. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Next. Councilmember Brown.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what drives you specifically to want to serve on this board?
Well, it's not about me. It's about what I might be able to bring to the commission.
Perfect.
I'm not using this as a political platform. I have time on my hands. I have some background.
Mhm.
And if I can use that and be helpful, that's my objective.
Great.
Could you expand a little bit on your background, work experience, civic involvement, and how it fits with the Historic Site Preservation Board specifically?
I have a PhD in the history of architecture and architectural history. And I've taught it. My travels are dictated primarily by where I'm going to go and look at buildings. My partner is all about food and I'm all about architecture.
Sounds like a great trip.
So we cover the waterfront. I've done entire studies of neighborhoods to become part of the National Register. Continue to study it and read it. I love it. What I've been doing for a long time.
Did you ask your follow-up question?
No, I didn't think it was required, because the answer I think he gave covered it for me.
Oh, okay.
But I do have another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm interested in your PhD in architectural history. So I'm curious, what was your thesis? What was your dissertation?
My master's thesis.
No, your PhD.
My PhD thesis was on the Nebraska State Capitol, first skyscraper capital of the United States.
In terms of architectural design.
Architectural design and the competition. I also did it. Part of it was on the mosaics and the sculpture.
And if I could, just in summary, what was your finding?
Well, it's a fabulous building. That's why I began studying it. The first, nothing had ever really been done on it. And then the dissertation became a book, which the Historical Society there published.
So it sounds like you're eminently qualified, like you say that your alternate is the Public Arts Commission. I'm curious why you wouldn't prefer to be on public arts than architectural.
Well, either one would be fine with me because as you see, I've been an art museum director.
Yeah.
So I'm used to spending your money on great art. And I still follow the market. I still follow all of that as well. So wherever you can use me, I have time to be of service. And that's really why I'm here.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you all very much.
Thanks for taking the time to be with us.
What happens next, by the way?
This, the city clerk will follow up after decisions are made on all the appointments.
Okay. Great. How long does that take? A while?
No.
Well, good luck with all your selections.
Week less.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Brian is here, you want to continue or take this few minutes to recap, what he did. Brian's
Melissa,
here.
he is, but Melissa and Chris were gonna join as well. The liaison
So we-
for Major J. Do you need him now? Do you want to keep going?
Did we get input from the,
Yeah, so in your packet, you'll see at the back page, there is feedback from liaisons and staff.
did we get any input from the chair?
So my understanding is this is from the chair and the liaison.
Oh, it is, okay.
And Mark, do we assume that they're ranked in order of preference or qualification?
You can ask,
We can ask.
Who can we ask?
they're very start site preservation, liaison and chair.
Yeah, so. It just so happens, oh, you want to come forward? So you're on the microphone?
Where's the list?
Yeah, this list.
Should be.
It's the last page.
And so on the the liaison and chair recommendation sheet that we have from the city clerk, it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 recommendations that came from the liaison. Are those ranked in qualifying order?
I don't think that we actually looked at that sheet, and just to clarify, the comments came from staff, and so. The
No, chair.
So the chairs and was not.
Okay,
Is that in our packet?
yeah.
Here.
Yes,
Oh,
it's in that folder, the
okay,
last,
okay.
second to the last page.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go
back some more.
Email now, in front of the green.
Oh, in front of the green? Oh, yes, in front of the green. Thank you.
It does look like based on this list, it is framed according to our comments, staff's comments, and that did not include the chair's.
Got it, okay. Very good.
Thank you, sir, to
Okay.
represent itself.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? I think we're good.
Is it chair? I know, you didn't give any of this list, but did you look over the applications and all?
I would not privy to that.
Okay.
Well, if I could ask, so these are just names listed, but these are people you're recommending
In qualifying order.
or qualifying in order. So for example, Charles Elliott would be your most qualified. Tom Ellicott would be the least. Okay, thank you.
And then I think that there were alternatives on the list that we were asked to look at as well, so the last 3 were alternatives, who have listed HSPB as a potential.
But they're still ranked as they are at the bottom. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions?
Thank you.
Well,
Oh,
actually, I do
sorry.
have a question,
Yeah.
to the chair, hi.
Sure.
If you could just speak to maybe kind of like broad characteristics, skill sets, if you didn't see the application, as to, some real value, skills or, qualities that you would think, might be helpful, on the commission. Was like, if anything you see terming out versus there might be a current gap or, leave it to your judgment.
Well, I think it's really important that, you're losing, I think the 2 youngest people on your HSPB now. But that being said, I think diversity is extremely important, in terms of, male, female, age, ethnicity, so forth. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like there's a very diverse set of applicants when it comes to ethnicity. But for me, I think it's really important that the person who is appointed, or the people who are appointed, are familiar with Pumpkin and have lived here for at least 5 years or more. Because there's a lot more to know than just modernism. And there's so many intricate issues that go so far beyond getting tools or being involved with Modernism Week. I mean, the Historic Site Preservation Board encapsulates everything back to the very beginning. Even, and sometimes we talk about archaeological history, the new issue that we've recently come up with. So, but I think, at the end of the day, it's really about someone who genuinely had the time and desire and want to be a public service. Leave it at that.
Appreciate that.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could, so Jay, I know you're going off the board, but you have been involved in so many of these historic site issues over the years. Yeah, I know it's a labor of love. It's in your heart. You've been doing it, volunteering, all kinds of things. And I just want you to know it's appreciated and your efforts have not gone unnoticed.
Thank you. That's much appreciated.
And I hope you stay well engaged, and I know you will.
Thank you. I will.
He's already
I'm sure we'll
promised,
see
he's
you
already
back here.
promised he will.
Good.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, thank you. And that's my comment. All right, I was wondering where it was at, and then I realized I had it developed here. Okay, so next is Measure J, and we are getting the chair's comments that will be brought to us.
Yeah.
And then staying ahead of the process, you're also getting the chair's comments on human rights.
Mhm.
Is that all we're doing?
For the full council, yes. Yes. I don't have any vacancies.
Oh, okay, sweet. All right, so it's just
It's very.
human rights and Measure J chair comments.
Mhm.
All right, so then the first one up on Measure J is Brian Altman. We have Brian with us.
He's here.
Just there's only one vacancy, there's only one position.
Yeah.
on the joint-
Push it for that.
One,
And then there's two alternates. Can we just, real quick, why do we have two alternates on Measure J?
It's the way the ordinance was written, so there's 7 members and 2 alternates.
And the what is the alternate's role? Do they have any role?
9 members, I'm sorry, 9 members and 2 alternates, and so, they're non-voting.
They're new voting, but they're completely up to date in case a vote does need to be. We do need quorum to make a vote. And I also had the last couple of years, there has been alternates. Before that, there's been years where there weren't any alternates too. But the last 2 years, there has been an alternate.
So, and 2 of the applicants who are on now have been serving as alternates.
Right,
So,
and for how long?
a year.
Maybe it's more.
June 6,
Maybe it's 2020.
24.
Yeah.
The original one. For both alternates.
Yeah. Last year, we ended up filling all the commissions fully, so that's why we have about 2 alternates now that we didn't always have.
Okay.
That was a good appointment too.
Well, this was done by whole council, Measure J.
All right, done with questions? Yes, exactly. Okay, we are up. Brian, thank you for being here.
Nice to see everybody. Thanks for
Yeah.
having me.
Thanks for taking. the
I'm
time.
nervous now. I can see myself.
Oh, wow, how do you look? You look good.
Yeah, just what I thought.
You want me to take a picture?
Yeah.
You have it as a
No, I
souvenir?
don't.
Okay, first question, Councilmember Bernstein, would you like to go? Oh,
Yes.
So what do you understand about what Measure J functions are and what the role of the commission is?
It's a supervision of vetting projects that come in from the tax that collects the money for that. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Oh, I have to push. Yeah, all right. No, let it go. We're good. I was lucky enough to be part of a proposal that came through here this last time, and so I came to quite a few of the meetings, and I was I was really impressed in the way they went about what they did there. I think I was at 5 of the different sessions that they had. And I think they're doing a really good job already. And it just made me feel like there was something there that I could add to, but the process of the way they went through it, and they talked about everything. The governance piece of it, and I really like the transparency part of that as well. Does that answer that? Is that okay?
It does, thank you.
Who's next?
Okay, can you speak to us a little bit about your civic involvement in the city and how it's perhaps helped prepare you for the Measure J Commission?
Sure. Well, I really have little experience from the government point of view. I'm new out here, first of all, so I've spent the last couple of years trying to get to know a lot of people. I've met you, I've met Jeffrey. I'm really going to a lot of events to see what the different interactions are. I'm part of a political group that meets once a month, and we get to talk about a lot of the political things that are going on around town, the things for nonprofits, and candidates that are coming through the system there. I have been a participant for a couple of years at CVAP at most of their things that they're doing there, and I was advisor for their startup pitch events that they did. As far as other things around town, I've attended quite a few things, but I'm not, it's new for me because I've only been out here a couple of years.
Where were you before?
I was in Los Angeles for 40 years.
Oh, my gosh.
Loved it.
Oh my God.
I'm a big fan. I lived out on the west side, and I miss the ocean, but everything else is fine.
Fair.
Yeah.
So, from your participation in Measure J,
Mhm.
the last bit, what do you see as things that could improve the work of the commission?
It's a good question. I don't think I saw enough about how they work together behind the scenes but when they were in the room, they were all here and you could hear them talk to one another. I thought there was a lot of respect. I thought it was a really diverse group of people, which I really thought was good. If there was anything that I noticed there, maybe it was, it felt to me when I heard him talking, like everybody has lived in Palm Springs a really long time and they know everything going on. And that's one of the things I thought, oh, I could bring some new perspectives, some new eyes to the situation there. It looks like it looks like a tough gig trying to, because most of the projects I saw seemed very worthwhile. So, digging in and figuring out how to collaborate with everybody, I think that's probably the biggest thing that I feel like it can help with. I spent years putting teams of people together to produce events and media, and I'm a consensus builder. So that's what another thing I just thought from the group's point of view I could be helpful with.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Hey, Ryan.
How you doing?
One of your responses to the questions on the issues facing the board, you indicate that, a problem is this intersection between politics and the influence, city politics and the influence of the business community, and how that could negatively affect it. Do you have any examples or specifics that you saw that you think might need to be corrected?
I must have put that there for a reason too.
It's just general.
I think as a community, you listen to who's running gets a lot of attention as much as probably the city council there. So the influences that they might have on things that are coming through, whether it's nonprofits they're part of or organizations they're part of. So if that's undue pressure on the commission itself, that's it. Maybe there was something in particular, it doesn't occur to me at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Anything else?
I have a phone.
Yep.
The participation and just your research about Measure J, was it all this past fiscal year, or did you look at any other fiscal years? Because there are years where community initiated projects aren't part of the scope of work for that year. So just wondering if you had some understanding or context of that piece.
Only in what I've heard, but I didn't do any research past this
Right.
year that I was, watching how they did what they did, and it's really cool. I've never really thought about joining anything like this, you know, and so it's I think being new here, this is for me, I was thinking what a great way to hear about every little thing that's going on in the city, you know, from the ground up there. And that interests me quite a bit.
All right. I don't want to scare you, but we have 7 applicants.
Oh, really?
For
Yeah.
one opening.
Yeah.
But I thank you for taking the time and expressing interest to want to be engaged in it. It's one of all our commissions are important.
Yeah, I think it is. If I just say, I think my entrepreneurial background would be helpful for them, you know, just being able to see things from a different point of view and economically, whether that fits into the ideas of what's trying to be, you know, voted on and what comes through the system there. And then I'll leave you I had a couple thoughts about what they might do better, right? And I think they can market what they're looking for a little better, especially to the youth market. And I was thinking, you know, you could do things like a competition for Measure J, right? Kids you come up with something and, you know, maybe vet a proposal that at least comes through that system there. Same thing would go for, you know, whether it's the blue zones or whether it's just any group that's not being tapped, but start a little earlier so that maybe you get their interest there. Cause I think most of the people that find out about what's going on in Measure J are people like me who want to know and it's kind of marketed to them already. So how do we tap everybody else?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That's it?
Yeah.
No, that's it. I have more. Good to see everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to say they're doing a really good job. I was really impressed to be a part of that, so.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, actually, these are the comments from staff and liaisons.
I didn't know you were here.
No, but they're chairs.
Is there?
So the chairs were supposed to be asked specifically.
For the chair sent.
Yes, the chairs and liaisons sent the applications and this is what we got back. I think the liaisons actually responded with what, yeah, for both. So they together. Yeah. Yeah.
Who's the chair?
Measure J. Sarah, Lisa, and Jeremy. They're ready.
So this is what we already have here. Yeah.
Just a summary, you got a summary. But they did get applications and the resumes.
Yeah.
Here in the liaisons. Next person is here.
Okay, next we've got David Riley. And we're a little ahead of schedule. David Riley, District 3. Current person is leaving from District 5.
But we have more people from 4 and 5 on that commission than we do 1, 2, 3.
Only one from District 1. Yeah, okay. All right, David, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good to be here.
It's not a painful process, I assure you.
I was it through last year.
All right, well, we'll get you out pretty quick. I'd like to start with the first question.
Hi, David, can you just tell us about your interest in serving on the Measure J Commission and maybe talk a little bit about why you came back
Okay,
to apply again?
sure. Well, Measure J fits right into my boiler, 30 years in banking and not just like the teller line, but more operational management. So dealing with finance, but getting the facilities, the operations and all of that and project management executed. So when I first started following Measure J, which was in 22, they were all remote. And then in 23, they came and Councilmember Soto was running the project at the time. So I started following it and at that time they were just getting updates to projects, right? And what was going on. And then, which was very exciting to me. So I'm like, okay. And then I started saying, okay, hey, there's some other things that are really happening here. Policies and financial distribution and giving money. Then, of course, as we all know, they went into the major project that they had this year that Peter was overseeing, which if you followed every one of the sessions, it's immaculate how they came to the conclusion that you're going to vote on tomorrow. And now I thought, well, wait a minute, I already tried that, but this looks even more exciting. Now you got 21, well, if you don't know the answers, you have the X number of projects coming your way, and who's going to oversee them? Some, 10 of them are over $250,000. And how is the commission going to oversee them, and what can I contribute to that? So I get excited when I think I can add something to a process. So that's why I'm back again this year.
Thank you.
What do you think are some of the problems that are facing Measure J going forward and understand it or operate?
From what I've witnessed, and I hate to say the problems, but opportunities would be one, overspending. Okay, you just are going to hand out $6 million, okay, and that's based on some quotes that came last year, right? And how are we going to make sure that we stay within and I know we haven't allocated 20% over that, but is that going to go to one project, or could that, should we set in policies that don't go more than X percent? Okay, over your project. And if you do, come back to the council, explain why, what happened, and let the commissioners understand, not just handing blank checks. That's one of my thoughts around that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman.
Yeah, so your banking background is very well suited for this, particularly because the original intent of the Measure J Commission was purely oversight. And are they spending it as they should? So in your mind, how should that manifest? Maybe it's manifesting okay now, or maybe it should be a little different. Your thoughts?
Having watched all of the sessions for the bidding for the community initiatives, it's very obvious that the current commission is engaged. Okay, some commissioners even mentioned that they went to sites to see some of the projects that people were applying for. And I think that's ideal, because the oversight needs to have the hands-on experience. They can't sit in a monthly meeting and not have visited some of the sites, especially when someone's asking for $500,000, right? What's happening with that? So I think the oversight needs to be, I don't know if it needs to be, but it'd be nice if there was a subcommittee that did anything over $500,000, anything that's over $250,000, and maybe that's how they could work as a commission to see that we're spending the funds appropriately.
Well, is a follow-up to that.
Sure.
As a banker, what questions would you have for staff during a commission meeting
Yeah.
to give you a comfort level that the money is actually being spent on what it's supposed to be spent on?
Yeah, and that's a great question, because now I'm the treasurer of the Barristo neighborhood. So our application is for over $500,000, and I've been waiting to schedule with Director Mooney to figure out how does he manage that, right? You just don't hand out the check. Is there a process, right? Like, as a banker, if you were going to do a construction loan, we don't give you the $500,000 or $1 million to go build your house. We give it in phases, and someone goes and inspects to make sure that you meet these milestones. So similar to that is kind of really what I would hope we would put in place to look at, because there's 16 grants. And so those grants are just grants. That's not overseen by the city, right? It's overseen by who? The commission, I hope. So there needs to be something in place to oversee the grant spending, and then okay, this is what you said you were spending it on. Why did you put in 5 trees when you said it was for bathrooms, right? And I'm making that up, of course.
Understood.
You know what I'm saying?
No, you answered my question. Thank you so much.
Anything else?
Can you speak to a little bit about just the time commitment regarding the Measure J Commission? It is kind of a dense commission. It could take a bit to kind of get up to speed. Just your capacity and your understanding of what that preparation might require.
I gathered from this year's commission, there's a lot involved, okay? A lot of research, a lot of reading and a lot of doing. So do I think it's big? Yes. Do I do nothing from 7 in the morning till 8 o'clock at night when I go to bed? Probably much no. I came here to retire, to get into the community, which is why I do a lot, as much as I can in different areas. The board at Baristo as well, I try to really sink my hands in, because that's why I retired young, was so that I wasn't going to be old and try to get into the community, but get into the community when I was younger. So I have plenty of time.
Beautiful. Are we good? I think we're good.
All right, thank you very much.
All right,
Have a
thank
great
you.
day, guys.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Dr. Yorba.
Haven't been told, let me go check.
Actually, I just saw him walk across, because he probably thinks he's
It's a
got
little
2
early.
minutes yet.
How long are the terms for Measure J? 3 years. Yeah. This is not ideal.
He's not. He's not.
We have, everybody that is, whose term expires in 2026 can apply again.
Yeah, there was a class where there was like 7 hours.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, obviously, sometimes people don't apply again or are not appointed again, but you have alternates and then like not a lot of opportunity for movement.
This was a problem when we had, everybody got appointed.
Yeah.
Very recently. Does the alternate count as part of their 6 years or not?
I think with this particular board, it does. With this particular board, because they do serve as a voting member when there's a quorum lack or if someone's absent. But on, let's say on the appeals board, if there's a non-voting, and that was some of the language that we wanted to update with the new boards and commission, the resolution, because it does not address alternate members. So you got voting members and non-voting members.
Mhm.
I
think I can clarify that a little bit. Both of the alternates this year did cast votes when there was
And there's a lack of a
in their
quorum.
absence.
Okay, so
They
just to
both-
clarify,
They both have voted.
the alternates have voted, so they probably counts towards the
Yes,
term.
it does. On this particular.
It kind of sucks.
It is a very,
They get gypped.
it is a very mixed board.
Okay, we've got Dr. Yorba.
Up here?
You're on the hot seat.
Hey, hi, everybody.
How are you?
Do great, little warm outside.
Yeah. Good
Do I
to
have
see
to
you.
do this thing?
Good, it's there, yes,
Oh, okay.
it's already on for you. So welcome.
Thank you.
We will quickly have a round of questions and it will be nice and easy for you. I'm
Great,
sure.
thank you.
Yeah. Who's starting us off?
I'll start.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. Yorba. Thanks for being with us this morning, this afternoon. Can you describe to us a little bit your background, work experience, and how it aligns with the work of the Measure J Commission?
Absolutely. I think it aligns really well. I've worked for 2 cities. I worked in economic development, and when we had redevelopment, we built a lot of things for the city of Riverside. Libraries, fire stations, police stations, parks, etc. So it's not unlike what I think the city of Palm Springs is doing to improve its offerings for the community and for visitors. I have overseen a number of contracts, for example, the convention center, the municipal auditorium. One of my largest projects with respect to improving cities has been transforming the movie theater in Riverside from a movie house to a performing arts center. And I'm really proud of the work that I was able to do. We worked really hard. We did 30 years of public improvements in 5 years. So that's working really hard, and I know that Councilman Reddy and I have spoken. I know what it's like to work with city managers and former city managers, mayors, and council members, and the public. I feel like, the saying, I would be ready on day one.
Mhm. Grace, did you want to pick up?
Sure, well, so it sounds like there's a lot of different commissions that you could have chosen, that your expertise would be valuable. Can you tell us a little bit more about why Measure J specifically?
Absolutely, because I love building things. I love improving things. There are things, I've sat in the Human Rights Commission meeting, for example, and I'm passionate about human rights. I didn't see a lot of things happening on that commission, though. And I want to be involved in something that is active and you get to see tangible results. And I spent more of my time attending Measure J commission meetings. So I feel like, I've studied the budget. I thought last week's meeting was one of the best that the commissioners had. And I feel as though I'm just much more aligned with that because of my work experience.
Thank you.
How is the process of how Measure J conducts business? How do you see that as being improved, more efficient?
Well, I think, everything has to follow the Brown Act. So things have to happen at the, hexagonal table or whatever this is. And I think that, if anything, if there were questions on community initiated projects or grants, I probably would have recommended to the nonprofit organizations that they at least attend a meeting at which their application was being discussed. There were several times where there weren't any representatives, and that's not to cut anybody down. Maybe they just have a small staff and they couldn't make it. But I think that some measurable accountability of being there when your issues being discussed, I think is important. Other than that, I think the commission moving forward based on last week's meeting, that it really is going to be much more about oversight and looking at the budget. And I know that everyone is being squeezed these days, right? Governments, nonprofits, for-profits. And so money is going to be important. And I think that my experience working with finance managers, working with legal, working with engineering, working with planning, I would be a prudent oversight person on the council and on the council's behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. A question, you're very much clear on what they do. You observed, obviously. What kinds of questions would you ask staff during a Measure J commission meeting about the original main purpose of the Measure J, which is the city spending it on the kinds of things the voters approved? What kinds of questions would you ask staff to make sure you had a comfort level that they were doing that?
I would want to know something about the input or the feedback from the constituents, For example, I listened to the Library Foundation YouTube from May 7th, and they said 1,800 people have weighed in on this issue, right? And so that to me is an important yardstick to know. When I worked for the city of Riverside and we had what we would call gadflies going up against an issue, right? We would ask, is it one person? Is it 3 people? Is it 1,500? Because then we would have a sense of how important, where has this bubbled up to the surface with respect to community interest. So knowing that I think would be helpful. Other than that, from the staff that I've seen, whether it's Mr. Mooney or Ms. Sanchez or whomever, they seem very qualified and very capable. They address all the questions, or whether it's Howell. So there wasn't anything that I thought, well, why didn't you answer this. I thought they all did a really good job. Just knowing what is really bubbling to the surface, I think is important.
Well, towards that follow-up, so say that 1,800 people you said were all supportive of a project.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't really eligible, it doesn't matter how many people supported it.
Well, that's
How-
true, and
How
I've
do you
seen that.
determine that more threshold question?
And I've seen that. I mean, at a certain point, you know, I used to be a grant maker, both for the city of Riverside and privately through the Community Foundation when I was the CEO. And we always had to ask, are we throwing good money after bad? You know, it's maybe a great concept, but the reality is it something that really the city council should consider funding through this initiative? There were some projects that seemed as though they were more programmatic. And then we learned from the chair and the commissioners that it really is the Measure J Commission that determines what the emphasis is. And so programs were not disallowed, but they were not seen as the priority. It was really more capital projects. And so if I would ask, does this seem more like it's a program versus a capital project? I think that would be a good question. And every time that was raised, not by the people in the public, but by the commissioners, it was addressed. So again, I really don't feel like there was any sleight of hand or anything that I was missing.
Okay, great, thank you.
So you spent most of your time watching last year's Measure J Commission meetings, is that right? So
From September until last week.
okay, so that last year was really focused on the community initiated projects, which they don't necessarily do every year. So what's your understanding of how Measure J Commission works with the entire Measure J budget?
Well, I have the budget with me, so I see every line item. And because of my experience last year, it really was more community initiated. But from my understanding from attending the last meeting, it's now going to be focused on what are the projects that are currently underway. And it's my understanding that the commissioners are not there to manage the projects, but to provide oversight and feedback to the council. And so there are things related to Parks and Recreation, for example, or the I almost called it the swimming hole, the swimming pool. And so it seems to me that moving forward, at least for the next 3 years, it's going to be focused not necessarily on the CIPs and the grants, but on what are the city projects. And again, when Councilmember Soto asked me about my experience, I've done a lot of that in my role with the city of Riverside and city of Palm Springs. But I've also done the other side as the grant maker on behalf of the city of Riverside. So
that's what you're gonna see over the next, the bigger projects, the power station, the
absolutely,
library.
yeah. As a matter of fact, I, from my understanding, I think the hope is that the individual commissioners would really have some level of ownership over, I don't know how they're going to parcel them out. But let's say there are 5, and that would be the commissioner's responsibility to report back to the full commission. Just in terms of, where are they with the project? Have they even broken ground or whatever it is? Not to manage that though.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Enjoy the nice warm day outside.
Okay, so may I ask what are the next steps?
After the decision is made, the city clerk will reach out and inform everybody who's appointed.
Okay, great. Well, I just wanted to say thanks for the opportunity. So appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Any questions before we go to Jack?
The only thing I was just gonna know, and I'll ask him, but Dr. Newby has been an alternate for more than just this past year. So we will just confirm that. I think he was like appointed another 2 years or something. But he's been on that commission for more than
Just this year. You check. Site overlaps.
Okay,
I wouldn't know if I didn't see.
and if you see in the notes, from staff liaison, what the recommendation is. So we got, Jack. Hey, Jack, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Excellent, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. So Jack, how long you were appointed in 06? I mean, to 2024?
Yes,
Had you served before on Measure J?
no, I was previously on the Human Rights Commission, but I have never served before on Measure J.
Oh. Thank you.
Councilmember Soto, that's the chair.
Did it overlap? on this?
Yes.
But then I rolled off in June. That's
Yeah,
why,
so I was there for you,
before,
while you were still
right,
here.
so then he must have been appointed before June 24,
Yeah,
because that's when I got off. Yeah, so return, yeah.
So you've been on 2 years as alternate? One?
I think a 2 years plus a few months. I don't know whether it was a special appointment or what, when I came.
it's all right, I can't remember for breakfast. Well, don't worry about that.
We'll look it up.
Yeah,
We'll look at it.
okay. So we'll just have a few questions and we'll go through whichever council members have questions and we'll fire them out at you.
Okay.
Okay, who's first? Councilmember Gray.
Hi, Jack. Can you talk a little bit about your experience already on Measure J, serving as an alternate, and what makes you want to go into the full role on the commission?
Well, I certainly learned a lot as an alternate, and I think it's a good background for an experience for me to move on as a full member of Measure J. And I had some misunderstanding of the alternate process because I thought if there's a vacancy, the council would look at the alternate. So I did not apply the last time. So I really think that I've gained a lot of experience in how the commission works, and what its charge is. I was gratified to hear Councilmember Bernstein when he mentioned to us at our last meeting that we would be assigned projects to oversee. Because I think that's an important aspect of Measure J is accountability. And really this last time in thinking about it and having worked so many years in nonprofit, really Measure J is one of the largest, if not the largest contributor to capital improvement projects in the city of Palm Springs for nonprofit organizations. I'm not sure what CDBG budget is right now, but it's certainly a significant amount, and it's vital for nonprofits because it's very hard to find that funding, especially for larger projects such as solar and that sort of thing. I've been through it when I was in Palm Desert at the Jocelyn Center. Finding funds and dealing with cost overruns and that sort of thing, I think is, it's all good background, but it's really, I think the council and the commission should really reflect on the impact they have on the nonprofit community here in Palm Springs, because there's really the source of funds for capital projects is not that extensive elsewhere.
Mhm.
I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
So Jack, you spent most of the last year was spent on the community initiated projects, and what's your understanding about Measure J's role and oversight in terms of the non-community initiated projects?
We review the budget monthly as to the projects. and are given a status on those. I think there was some frustration among some members of the commission about the way the projects were moving ahead. And then my understanding is there is an annual audit that the commission is to review and approve. And so it's all the part of the accountability for the Measure J funds and how they are expended.
Okay.
Well, good, please.
So Jack, you've been on the commission for a couple of years now. Do you have any ideas or goals that opportunities or themes that could be incorporated into the commission that you would like to see the commission take on, or even kind of angles or priorities that could be reflected on the commission next?
I think one of the things, when community initiated projects come up again, I would like to see the commission do at least one or two educational forums for potential applicants, so they can understand the process and what's expected for them to put in, especially some of the smaller ones. Didn't realize what was necessary, so we had to go back and ask them to submit additional information on how they came about their figures. So that's one thing. I think it's a service to the community to be able to provide that information. And then the second part is, I brought this up during the meetings, is the accountability part, is that I was somewhat surprised, again, through the nonprofit work I've done, that large grants were given out. And one came up at the last meeting regarding the gardens at the school, at the various schools. And there wasn't quite sure whether those funds had yet been expended. And so, I think to consider something where we give you half, you tell us what you've done with it, and then we'll give you the other half. We don't want to put the organizations into, financial bind by having them expend the funds and then be reimbursed like CDBG, but to at least keep a more regular in touch with them and finding out how they're expending the funds.
So Jack, how do you make the decision when you have two projects coming in front of you? And one is a nonprofit organization that benefits a sphere of 1,000 people. And the other one is a project that is in a city park that benefits the entire city that can have access. How do you weigh the difference of those projects when you want to serve the community at best?
Well, I do think you have to weigh how many people it serves, or how many individuals they think can be served, what funds are available that you have to work with that might be able to support both projects. If the feeling is that the project that of the smaller nonprofit is important for their survival or for the work that they're doing. That was one of the things with the solar projects that I was very much aware of, is how much energy costs. Spending $5,000 or $6,000 a month during the summer for electricity, when those funds could be better expended to support the people that you're there to serve. But I do think that looking at, projects and all things being equal, I would be more inclined to look at the park and who it's serving, as opposed to a smaller organization. But again, there are a number of different factors that come into that. How much money do you have available? What can you reduce the amount on one project and still see it be successful? So, like I said, I think those are the things that you have to weigh, and a lot of times, you know, it's. Frankly, it can be a gut feel, what's really the most beneficial and for the long term. Benefits to the community.
Yeah. Perfect, thank you. Yes, Councilman Ray.
So Jack, maybe this question is tailored specifically for you. Because you've certainly demonstrated you have a clear understanding of the purpose and mechanics and what has to occur here. You certainly understand how to deal with the oversight from what I've heard. So since there's so many candidates here and only one position, just like to give you an opportunity, why be persuasive? Why would you be the best choice?
I think I've had my considerable background and experience in nonprofits and dealing with the types of projects that Measure J works with. I was chair of a planning commission in Signal Hill, where we had, you know, major projects, and there was the whole hilltop development. It used to be, you know, oil wells and pipes sticking out of the ground, and now it's multi-million-dollar homes. So, you know, and going through that, and I happened to be chair when we were doing the final hilltop specific plan, and you know, there was a lot of angry people at that meeting. So I've had the experience. My experience at the Jocelyn Center, for instance, and at Mizell as well with CDBG programs, but at the Jocelyn Center, especially in terms of making sure I keep back in my mind is this project going to be completed in light of what we've seen with the major expansion or increase in costs of construction? I was in a project at Jocelyn where it cost us, I think it was $380,000 to bring 2 restrooms up to 80 acre. And going through all the steps, that was a CDBG project, so going through all the steps that you had to go through and finding, certainly CDBG didn't provide all the funds, so finding the other funds. So I think, you know, my background, you know, can really, I think, also be helpful to the applicants in terms of helping to guide them and be aware of those other issues that might be out there.
Thank you.
Okay, great. We're good?
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you all. Appreciate the time.
And even though you're retired, I'm sure you haven't really retired, so you look like you're still busy.
I started a consulting practice, I guess, Jack and PS Enterprises. And sometimes I think it's keeping me busier than I would like.
Well, good for you.
So,
All right, well, thanks, Jack.
thank you.
Okay, next we've got Jason Kravitz. Hey, how are you?
Good, nice to
Welcome.
see everyone again.
Welcome.
Evelyn, you told me to talk for like hour. So,
Yeah, as long as you don't go over 30 minutes, you're perfect.
Oh.
All right, well, we make the rounds and ask a few questions, and it's short and simple. Nothing too drawn out here. Who's first up? Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi, Jason.
Hi,
We
Christy.
never got to overlap on the Measure J Commission, but thank you for serving for the past year. Can you speak to what it's been like, what surprised you, what that learning has been, and how that's motivating you to apply again?
it's been exciting to start off with that. I remember last year during my interview, the council spoke about having a lot of energy, bringing energy to it. That was an understatement. This year has been exciting because we went through all the projects. We had 52 of them. We awarded, well, if council approves, about 21 of them. And it was a lot of site visits. My husband wasn't excited when I had the coffee table filled with documents every night because I really wanted to get involved in it and see who was most deserving of the funds. So we're gonna pivot next year because we won't be giving out so many grants or CIP projects. And our goal will be to monitor what has been approved to make sure that community funds are being spent appropriately. Thanks.
So Jason, you did the community initiated project, but you know, you actually had the oversight for the entire Measure J budget, and you had a little taste of it last time with the convention center and fire station. So what's your understanding about the bigger projects and what role you can play, and the commission can play in those?
It's very interesting time right now because we're not expecting that as high receipts next year. So we're going into a phase of probably having to do more with less again, and noticing how important the convention center is to our community because it draws in the tourism, which affects everything, the restaurants, the hotels, and everything else that kind of boosts our economy here. We understand that the funds will be used for that, but also for infrastructure reasons such as the fire station, library renovations, and even down to street paving. So it's funny, you look at the funds of that budget. I think we're gonna go in the next year with about $40 million, but essentially we get about $22 million a year. But it's funny how quickly that money goes. Because everything's important.
Not always that fun. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Jason, so a quick question. Tell me, during a Measure J meeting, if you were on the commission, what kinds of questions would you ask staff to give you a comfort level that they are spending it, the oversight spending it on specifically what the voters voted for?
Yeah, great question. I think I brought a different perspective to the commission this year because my background is city government. I spent 33 years in Laguna Beach, which outside of the topography differences is quite like this community. And I still work in city government. So the financial side of things and understanding the constraints of staff, but also balancing the policy set by council is something that I bring forward when I ask these questions, like how is it going to benefit the greater good of the community? And then, you know, there's always that one side of my brain that doesn't want to overload either Chris or Joelle with additional projects that'll basically just get pushed down the list. So I kind of look at the greater good and what can be done quicker than something that'll get pushed down 10 years.
Thank you.
Anything else? We're good?
Did you enjoy it? Have you enjoyed the last year?
I've had a great time. I look forward to next year. I think we're gonna see each other tomorrow night. So as we're gonna try and push all our projects on you for approval. Great group of people. It's fun to sit in a room and listen to everyone else's opinion. You know, you may not necessarily agree with everything that's said, but you know, hearing people out and hearing where they're coming from is very, very interesting. And I've got to meet a lot of great people.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your serving.
All right, thank you. Hopefully this wasn't as bad as the last two of you.
Friendly faces.
Yeah, well, last one was good too. Thank you. All right, next we got Jim Walker. Jim Walker. Last, this group and before, oh no, Paul Travis on Uber.
Zoom.
Zoom.
Say Uber.
He said Uber.
Uber does everything.
Yeah.
So.
Hello.
Hey, Jen.
Hello, good to see you again.
Yeah.
So we'll just have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Just start with, why do you want to serve on the Measure J Commission?
I've been in Palm Springs now for about 7 years. I love the city. I love everything about it. I've come to know a lot of people here. I'm a small business manager for Seaplane. So some of you are familiar with that. I'm familiar with some of the challenges we face in Palm Springs, especially downtown with businesses. And I want to try and get in there and make a difference. And I like the idea of trying to gauge some of these projects and some of the needs for both businesses and the citizens in our community.
How do you do that? How do you gauge the projects?
I think, like with anything, I think it's talking to people. I think it's getting to know the needs in the community, what organizations need, what businesses need, what the community wants, and how this money can be best spent. And I think that's just a matter of actually spending time with people and finding out what the needs are.
Councilmember Ray.
Thanks. Hi, Jim. Question. A main purpose of the commissioner's oversight, that the money is being spent on what it should be, what the voters have approved. What kinds of questions would you ask the city staff to give you a comfort level that we're meeting that threshold?
Well, I know you're a former city manager with a lot of experience in that area, so I definitely respect the opinions of staff. Having covered multiple city councils in my years as a television news anchor, both in Dallas and cities all over the country, it's like I'm familiar with the need for city expertise in answering some of the questions. And as a commissioner, I would rely heavily on the advice of city staff because they're down in the trenches day in and day out and they know best. So yes, that would be a major component, is asking, hey, what do you think about this? Is this organization, are these people on the up and up? Is this something that we should be spending our money on? Or is this just I'll use a Texas term, a dry hole? We want to make sure that our money has the most benefit for where it's going.
So I guess taking from your answer, so the good thing, I sense that being the reporters, you were asking the tough questions. You could ask those tough questions and have a sense if you weren't getting the right answers.
Yes, I've listened to a lot of community input over the years at the open mics and city council meetings. I know some of the places where people go, and I think I'm pretty good at sorting out what's real and what's not. And the rest you rely on other opinions for, hopefully expert opinions of city staff and people who have known some of these other organizations in the community for years.
Great. Thank you.
You bet.
So there's one opening, and we have many interviews for this commission. You noted the airport commission and the planning commission. We don't have any openings in planning, but can you just speak to kind of serving on a commission broadly versus the Measure J commission and kind of where your interests might lie and how you this fits with your capabilities and skills?
Well, talking about the airport commission in Dallas Fort Worth, I was an aviation reporter for CBS for about 14 years. So I covered DFW, American Airlines, Southwest Airlines, and the formation of the TSA right after 9/11. So I'm pretty familiar with airport funding issues, security issues, and certainly the marketing for airport issues. More broadly, it's like I've always had an interest in public service. My dad, as I was telling the mayor, was press secretary to Governor Brown from 1977 to 1980. So I grew up in the Capitol and I grew up with politics, and then he taught poli-sci for about 25 years. So instead of cartoons in the morning, I had Meet the Press. So I got to know a lot of those people, including John Garamendi, and I can remember as a kid sitting on Gray Davis' lap and talking to him and hanging out in the governor's office. So I kind of grew up with politics in that sense, but more broadly, grew up with the sense that public service is something that should be part of everyone's life on some level. Maybe not necessarily in office, but serving in some capacity in their community. There's something that each of us can do.
Are we good? Did you have anything?
I'm good.
All right, you got off easy. How about that?
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Okay. Now then, is he in the waiting room?
I do not have him on Zoom.
Okay.
Let's be this. 10 minutes.
Any
Are we early?
conversation? Oh,
We are, can we message him, maybe, see if we can.
Take a 5-minute break.
Oh, you need a break, a little break? We can have a 5 minute. We're ahead of schedule.
Okay.
I would like a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hey.
Is this Paul?
Yep.
Paul, oh, there we are. Good to see you. Welcome.
Same here.
We have a short process, not too long. And,
Okay.
there's, we have one opening with a lot of interest or a fair amount of
Okay.
interest from folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7
Right.
applicants.
Okay.
So you gotta show us your stuff.
Okay.
You gotta stand out in the crowd, okay? So we'll go around and ask a few questions. Who'd like to start?
I will.
Okay, Councilmember Bernstein.
Paul, how are you?
Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you too. So what's your understanding of Measure J, the Oversight Commission, its role, its function, the Measure J tax of itself? And how it's
Okay.
used?
So, so certainly I understand how Measure J works and how it's funded. And its purpose to cycle money back into the public infrastructure and other projects in Palm Springs. I've been watching the meetings for quite a while. So I think I understand how the budgeting process works, that there's always certainly many more projects that can be funded. So to some extent, the commission has a role of trying to decide which really fit both the objectives of the Measure J and which are ready to be funded. So I think I have a pretty good sense of how it works. I've been on public boards for many years, so I have a good sense of how public boards work and the role of a board. And I've been anxious to get more involved in Palm Springs, so I thought this was a good place to go. And Measure J is something that's very unique to the city of Palm Springs. I think it's a very interesting approach.
Great, thank you.
Before council member ready, ask you your question, Paul, are you in San Diego? Where are you?
I'm in New York.
Well, you're in New York. Oh, sweet.
It's dreary and rainy here. That's all I can say. And
That's
cold.
to live in Palm Springs.
Right, exactly.
Councilmember ready.
Hi, Paul, this is
Hi.
David. Nice
Hi.
to see you. Hey,
Yep.
Paul, a quick question. I know you certainly have well, quite a bit of experience, working with projects in cities. One of the purposes of Measure J is the oversight. If you were at a meeting, what kinds of questions would you ask of city staff to give you a comfort level that the city was spending the dollars in the appropriate way?
So I guess a few things. One is really understanding what the benefit of the project is. Secondly, whether the project's really ready to go. I think something that's certainly frustrating for a lot of people if these projects get funded, but they're not actually ready to go. And third, whether this project would go ahead without Measure J. So, I think one of the things you want to make sure is that Measure J is playing a key role in making something happen that will not otherwise happen.
Good. Thank you so much. That's very helpful.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Hi, Paul.
Hi.
You mentioned you've been watching a lot of the meetings.
Yep.
Can you share if you watched any meetings prior to this fiscal year? I asked that because this past year, there's been a lot of focus on the community initiated project, but there's the full Measure J budget that it's.
Yeah,
that
I did.
So can you just speak to kind of your understanding of that?
Yeah, so I've watched the projects before. I've watched the budgeting process, certainly, and how the city presents the budget. You know, the last one I watched was, I think it was March, either March or April, where there were both community for projects and other projects such as the convention center that were getting major Measure J money. And I got to say, I was reasonably impressed with the questions from the commission members and the amount of time they had spent in thinking through the requests that were being made.
Okay, great, thank you.
Next, Councilmember Garnet.
Hi,
Hi.
Paul, can you tell us a little bit more about some of your other involvement in Palm Springs and different organizations or things that you do in the city?
Sure. You know, I'm a member of the Historic Tennis Club neighborhood organization. My partner's on the board, but I have also been quite involved, very focused on neighborhood issues. You know, I've sort of just, this would be a first time for me to get involved in at the government level. I've been watching for a long time. I've been involved in governments in New York and on Long Island, and so I really would like to do the same here. And I think, you know, I have a real estate and business background, which I think would be helpful on that board. You know, when I was listening, for example, to the meeting on the convention center, I know a little bit about convention centers. And so I thought I could have been helpful in that conversation. So I think I do have maybe some experience some others don't have. You know, I'm a member of the running group. I go to the museum. I've been very active. I think some of the members of the board have seen me around. So I'm very active in Palm Springs, but this is, to be honest, would be my first government role.
Thank you.
What's your experience with convention centers?
So I was involved in, this is several years ago, with the Miami Beach Convention Center. I was the project manager for the Lowe's Miami Beach Hotel, which was the first hotel built adjacent to a convention center. And we worked very closely with the Convention Center Authority. It was, at the time, this is 1994, the convention center got rebuilt. The city has just gone through another rebuilding of the convention center. As you know, Councilmember Bernstein, these things seem to happen in cycles. So I know a decent amount about convention centers. I also worked for a brief period of time with Empire State Development on the Javits Convention Center in New York.
Great, that's good to know.
Yeah.
You can be a volunteer for a convention center activity.
Right.
Everyone's dreading the name up.
So convention, you talked about the Convention Center Authority. What was the structure of that? Just out of curiosity.
Good question.
So that was it was controlled by the city of Miami Beach. It was actually half of the board were representatives of the hotel and restaurant industry, and the other half were city. And I think what was key in that case is they had bonding authority. So they were basically a state, you know, as you know, I'm sure, at least in the state of Florida, those agencies are officially state agencies because they have bonding authority, even though they're controlled on a local basis. And the hotel was critical to the bonding authority being approved because they had to show that they were going to get additional business because of the expansion.
Great, thank you very much.
Very good.
Okay.
I think we might have wrapped up. Are we good? Okay, all right, Paul.
Thank you,
well,
Mr. Mayor.
very much who was that?
He said thank you.
He said thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard a voice and I didn't know where it came from, Paul.
Okay.
My apologies.
That's okay.
Thank you for dialing in and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
For New York.
Right.
Okay, so that brings us to
Break or discuss.
break or discuss / make appointments.
Can we ask, because staff didn't interview and the chair didn't interview anybody, right? They just looked at the applications. Can we see, has their ranking changed since hearing?
Versus what's on the sheet.
Versus this,
Yeah,
their memo?
Oh,
I can remember a little bit, not probably, you know. I probably value somebody who sits on the commission quite a bit, and I was trying to remember, Jack and why I ranked him so low.
Tim. So we have David, and Jim, Jonathan.
But Jason was
Oh, that was the
for,
David, Jack, Jim.
that's for the
Oh, I
alternate.
thought I read that.
David.
Can I see my ranking?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you recommended Jason to be.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, I think I think this would be good. One thing about, Jonathan Lorenzo Yorba, he was very active. Coming to all the commissions, so I think it's important for somebody who knows the commissions and experienced the commission and knows what it's about, and he was a lot of meetings.
For some of these people you've never met.
No, just by looking at their applications.
Wait here for me or no?
Sure, yeah.
Mary?
Because I did not rank them, I apologize. I think that the two alternates this year both played a very important role. Partly because one of our commissioners became pregnant and delivered a child in the middle of the fiscal year, so she had to miss several meetings, of course. And we had other people who had, for example, even Jason himself travels quite a bit. He spends a lot of time in LA and missed some meetings, and so we did have to have alternates involved. The two alternates did develop a lot of experience that was helpful to the commission. But they have very different personalities. Jack is a very quiet, somewhat subdued individual and didn't speak up until virtually the end of almost every commission meeting. Jason is a much more outgoing, much more active participant. And in fact, within days of getting the 52 applications for the Measure J community initiated projects, he sent around to all the rest of the commissioners a spreadsheet in which he had questions that he wanted to ask every single applicant. That was the next day after he had gotten them. So he was very, very much involved. I think either of them would be great as a regular commissioner, but it's hard for me to decide between the two. I thought that David Riley brought a lot based on what I'd heard from him today. And I was impressed with him. I thought that most of the applicants today show that they had qualifications to serve on this commission. So I would not be unhappy with any of their selections. So that's all I can say. And I do recognize Councilmember Bernstein that the role of the commission is going to change dramatically next year that I'm aware of.
Thank you for your leadership.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for being here for.
Of course. Any other questions for me? If not, I'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, one last thing. Somebody did make a statement today that I thought was incorrect. And that is, I don't know how much money we awarded or recommended awarding in grants for next year. But it's not as if the director of finance can write a check next week to all of those people giving them the money. They all have to go through the reimbursement process like everybody else. So it's not as if that money's coming out the door next week. The projects have to be underway, be, it's audited, and then disbursement will be made according to whatever the progress is on it.
Thank you. Okay, do we want to have a break or talk about either one of the commissions now before break?
We can just make the decisions for those two, that would be great.
Did we get clarification when Jack got on?
So Jack was apparently in the alternate position, and then, so you had two alternates and you moved him from alternate one to alternate, from two to one. And so that's kind of how the dates kind of running together, because he applied for a full position. He did not get selected, he got selected to be, okay, we'll select him as alternate one, he was in two. So I'm not sure what,
Yeah, because
the
him and Cliff
rationale.
got on him and Cliff Hopkins were originally alternates at the same
At
time.
the same time, and so we moved.
And then Cliff
Clifford.
moved up.
He moved up to a full member and we
And Jack
moved Jack,
stayed.
right, Jack moved up from 2 to 1. Right, so alternate 1 and 2, for some reason, we defined them as
I think
two different places.
Jack did not apply for the
Yeah,
full one
Cliff
last
did,
year.
yeah. And then
He
Cliff-
thought that it was automatic.
Automatic, right.
Which we need to figure out, have clarity
Right.
on this. This is really confusing. We need to bring it up. in the
Yeah,
council
yeah.
meeting.
So we're bringing back, the corrections to how we have practiced in the past from resolution, I think it's 18804. And so we're bringing everything that we're doing currently, and we asked for Jeff to kind of clarify the alternate positions. Are those positions gonna be, does it count toward their term? Are they voting or non-voting members? So there's a lot we need to do to tweak that resolution, and it'll be coming back to you.
Okay.
We were hoping to put it back on the next agenda, but Jeff is looking at it right now. But we have done a draft and a proposal of what we think would bring us up to current practices, how we're doing those, and the alternates was one of those, because this is very,
Yeah.
confusing as to,
Yeah.
do you want those terms to count,
Right.
in an alternate position?
Do you know how many positions in Measure J are coming up next year?
Yeah.
Well, many, but they're all eligible for.
For reappointment.
They're all on their first.
Right.
Which anything could
Step.
change and we don't
Yeah.
have to,
Yeah.
Right.
but in general, we usually will, if someone's interested, we'll. let
Right.
them
So we
continue.
did a lot of appointments, like right after COVID, we had like 50 appointments. So
Right.
you had a lot of people appointed at the
So
same
it's a-
time. And so their terms are ending at the same time, and it sounds like it's a lot. HRC has 5 or 6 people that's expiring at the same time,
It's
but
hard.
because,
It needs to be staggered more.
yeah, so
Yeah,
we
it
did more
was-
staggering before, but after COVID, it just,
Well, there was a
Blew it.
pause,
it was a
right?
very big pause.
It was a
People-
big
There was
pause.
a pause
And there was
and
a
a quick
big,
fill.
Yeah, and a quick fit.
Yeah, we're gonna need to figure it
Yeah.
out.
We did 60 in the ad hoc.
Yeah. But we're gonna need to stagger some people. It's just this.
it
is
makes it really hard on a commission to have so many new people all at
Right.
once.
Well, this is part of the issue. A lot of these people don't know anything other than the community initiated projects, period. And that's something that doesn't happen every year, so they didn't necessarily look at the major projects until at all.
They were never set up to do that originally.
I know, but then it sort of changed
Yeah,
and they
it did.
were, and then it went to they were mostly CIP, but they kept track, because even like when Naomi and I were there. We were putting aside money for the library, for the fire station, understanding these big projects were coming. That was before the bonding. Now it's all just gonna be done like 3 big bonds. So we start.
Yeah.
So, I do one clarifying question, if I could. So let's just say between Jack and Jason, the 2 alternates, if one of those is picked, the other one will remain the alternate.
If you.
If we want.
So
Or do they have to be reappointed to the alternate position, the other one?
No, because they're in current.
They're both
Right.
current.
The alternate would be, it's still a 3-year period,
Okay.
too.
So we would have to fill, if Jason was appointed, we would have to fill Jason's alternate spot.
Yes,
But Jack would remain an alternate.
yes,
Or vice versa.
Vice versa.
or vice versa.
And Craig, just on historic sites, so Charles Elliott is no longer a candidate?
Correct.
Which one?
Well, he
He
just
went-
didn't.
Historic
respond.
He just didn't respond.
No, he didn't respond.
So
He didn't
he-
confirm, so he's not.
So he's not here for interviews.
Is
That
he a
doesn't-
candidate?
He's still a candidate. We still have discretion. We could still appoint him if we wanted to, but obviously he didn't show up or create an alternate time, so you can consider that as well.
Yeah.
And everybody had the option to be on Zoom.
Absolutely.
Right. And also if you can't make it today, you can still schedule something, can let people know, right?
You could schedule something else.
Yeah.
All right, do we want to do, since we're on talking about Measure J first, do we want to do that one. There's only one point, spot. The recommendation is, Jason Kravitz moving to permanent member.
The recommendation came from staff.
And Peter seemed to go along with that.
He was fine with either.
Yeah, with either, but he was recommends choosing one of
He was fine with an alternate going.
Yeah, an alternate going in.
So
And so then this was staff, which staff? This was
Finance.
Chris
And
Mooney,
Melissa.
and Melissa. Do you have that letter?
yeah, I think this is, yeah, the ones that you stepped out, yes.
I'm comfortable with that.
Which one?
moving Jason to the primary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds like he's very organized and,
The one thing I would just flag that Peter mentioned is that Jason does travel.
yeah,
quite
he
a
did
bit.
say that.
I would ask that, as part of the reviewing the commissions,
Onboarding.
well, no, but also the rules
Attendance.
and regulations, attendance should be one, because I know that other commissions, if you miss 3. You supposed to get a warning from the chair,
When I was part of the Measure J interviews last year, that was part of we looked at the attendance, so.
That's fine.
Attendance is definitely, but then also, I mean, that would have been helpful because sometimes if you're an alternate, I don't know,
Right.
what is our expectation for alternates?
That's fair.
versus-
That's absolutely fair.
Because if you're not a directly
That's
voting member and you haven't,
that's
I
correct.
don't know,
So
I would have.
Apart from that, in general, I would say that, because I've seen this over the years, but not every commission understands. That if people are absent more than a certain amount of times,
Right.
that there are repercussions.
Yeah.
It seemed to be very discretionary, and we should make sure it's clear.
Right.
I think the language give the chair, if the chair reports to the city clerk that this person has missed more than a third, then it's pretty much like an automatic, this person is no longer, serving. That's kind of what the language says in there. So, but it's up to the chair to.
But you're
report
also
it.
supposed to give reason. So
They're
there's,
supposed-
They're supposed to
There
excuse.
was a period, I know this happened once with the airport, it was supposed to be a warning and then
Mhm.
final
Right.
warning, and that's it. So anyway.
All right, so we're gonna recommend,
Well, I would just say that just for the record, there certainly were several qualified
There's
people,
many calls.
many, and it does make sense to do an alternate, and there was a staff recommendation.
but Peter's fine with any of them that we interviewed today as alternate.
I liked Dr. Yorba, I thought it was excellent. I thought, Paul Travis hasn't done a lot, but he seemed to bring something. I know Brian Ullman and he's great, and I'm encouraging him to get more involved. And I certainly like David Riley, so.
Yeah. Dr. Yerba's application mentioned like the importance for diversity as well, even kind of understanding of ADA needs in different facilities. Which I think would be a real value add, to the commission.
Measure J is one of the more diverse organizations we have.
The gender parity is excellent.
yeah.
Measure J.
Yeah, and there is.
Well, holding them all equal, I would look at Jim from District 3, because we only have one. And then the other one, we're only represented by one individual is District 1. So.
Jim seemed like a great candidate for airport.
Yeah, he did.
And we don't have, I didn't have my notes to see, what do we have open? Do you have?
Yeah, we have 3.
That could be a
We
good
have
one.
3 of them.
Oh, good. So why don't is everybody in favor of suggesting that we look at Jim as a possibility in an airport and then put the District 1,
Dr. Yorba?
District 1 or Paul is the District 3.
I like Dr. Yerba and Paul, and I should mention, I did see there was a recommendation from the airport staff on those commissioners for you too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But just to put him in the
Yeah,
candidacy.
Yeah.
just-
I like Dr. Yerba and I like Paul.
Can I see do you have the resume for Dr. Yorba?
If Dr. Yorba should be in this,
It's in here, do you have this?
oh, do you not have this?
I mean, pass it to you.
Well, here.
No, I didn't bring I didn't bring my notebook.
Here you go.
The race to find it first.
I have mine right here. Here first.
You don't want to hide it over there, okay?
Oh,
I got it.
He jumped in the race.
He jumped in the race.
What's it?
Wow, Jeffrey.
It's not a competition I'm interested in.
I should win as close as this is sad.
Lunch is ready in the small conference room.
Okay, great.
League of California.
we need to make.
Yes, it's like a bio.
What are we doing? We're voting on. Was there a motion or you're looking at separate motion?
I'm just looking at something first. Can we post table this until after our break, because I've got a question that I need to ask. Let's do the historic site preservation. We can come back to the Measure J with the decision already that we're agreeing to Jason in the primary. And then we're just looking at the alternate, and ideally it's somebody from District 1 or District 3. And we have two people that look good there, Dr. Yorba and Paul Travis, and then we're gonna recommend.
Paul Travis is District 5.
Is
David Riley was
Paul
District
Travis
3.
has
David
District
Riley
3.
was District 3.
See, I think that's.
Paul Travis says District 5.
Cause he's on Panga and that's in the tennis club and that's fine. So
Yeah, it
it's-
says
That when he
5.
said tennis club, I questioned.
Yeah, it is
Here
fine.
it says 3.
Yeah.
It says, on mine, it says 5 for Paul.
I saw that 3, mine's 3, but he's actually in 5 because he's in tennis.
It's
club.
in-
So then it
So-
would be back to, Dr. Yorba or Jim. But.
David, you didn't like David Riley? I thought David Riley from District 3 was great.
Oh, and for some, I wrote over the.
Oh,
So, and David Riley, so there's
There's a lot of
three-
issues.
There's three,
yeah,
there's.
there's a lot of.
Couple of issues.
I mean, I would encourage all of these people to keep trying at something.
I know, but Measure J just has no openings.
There's no openings.
Okay, so Historic Site Preservation Board, that one's pretty easy, isn't it?
I thought both of the applications.
They were both good. I was a little concerned that Eric had not watched any meetings. I think that's always unfortunate when they don't do that, because the onboarding and training is something that is hard to do, while you're on board, but there's 2 open positions and 2 people.
And he has
Time.
time and also deep expertise.
Yeah.
Primary interest.
Yeah.
How many more meetings of HSPB are there this year?
Don't they do it as required?
No, monthly. So they have another one in May and June, or not in June?
Well, they're
They're monthly, they should be.
they gotta,
Unless the May's already passed.
well, at least one.
I would, if we're appointing him, I would encourage him to go to both of those before his term starts.
We can say that. And so we have a motion to appoint Michael Panessa and Eric McCready with both terms expiring of 2028.
Second it? With the caveat that we ask them to go to the next meeting.
Okay, everybody then in favor?
Yeah.
Any opposition?
No.
Okay, so city clerk, you got that for those two? And then I just have a question, and thank you for your indulgence. I will get an answer to the Measure J questions while we're on break.
And just for the record, because Catherine Hitchcock is that young woman we appointed last year, remember her?
Yeah.
She is the youngest one, she's like
He's awesome.
25.
I don't think she's 25, but.
She's the one that had a baby?
for HSP.
No, that's
Measure J.
Yeah.
Twice.
June, July.
I had no idea.
September.
I know, it's like this one will
Oh,
take-
You're right, so July,
July first will be the first
July
meeting in
meeting.
July.
So it's just one.
One meeting.
One June.
All right, so then go to the June meeting.
Okay, so do we adjourn or no,
Recess.
table recess?
Recess.
Jeffrey is coming. So we left with continuing before break, our conversation on Measure J. And City Clerk, you have that we've already supported staff recommendation of Jason Kravitz in the primary position. And now our discussion is on the alternate. And we had talked about trying to have District 1 or 3. And there were several candidates in District 1, or one candidate in District 1 and 2 in District 3. Through Conan. And that we were going to possibly suggest Jim Walker for airport. So that would leave District 3 having David Riley.
I like David Riley or Paul Travis.
I thought David Riley was very good. I put a star by his name.
Yeah.
I mean, they were all, I have to say, they were all good.
Well, even the chair said he would be happy with any of them.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan is a great guy, just. I know him personally.
So holding all other things. If everybody is qualified.
Jason Kravitz, David Riley is 2, and then Jim Walker, to Airport Commission possibly.
Yeah, we're still looking for the appointment. Oh, so do we feel good on David Riley as the alternate? Alternate number 2?
I'm fine with that.
I guess. David Riley and Paul Travis.
I wanna get Paul Travis involved in our convention center.
But
That
Paul
might be
was number
better.
5 and there's already 1, 2, 3, 4.
That might be a better way for it.
In there,
4 from district. No, there's Jason would be there, 1, 2, 3 on District 5.
is there any way we can? See if he can be involved somehow, helping convention center? He has that kind of background, maybe just talking to Wayne.
We've got a lot of work group committees. He can be invited to be a part of. And he's District 5. I would be in favor of that, inviting, looking at an opportunity to invite Paul to one of the working groups.
It was just real like. Buildings up experience, with Paul, that I thought was really.
Yeah, he's.
But one thing I can tell you about Paul, in the discussions on the orchid tree. His partner is the tennis club chairperson. He has an in-depth knowledge of those kinds of projects, convention center, working in New York, particularly on some of those bigger projects. So I think what you're saying, you're right, you would be very helpful there.
Yeah, I mean, if he'd be a great applicant for Measure J, but I would like to see him get involved in something with the convention
But
center.
it wouldn't
experience.
exclude, right?
Yeah,
There's
I mean,
no-
it's hard when there's only one position open.
I guess just thinking long term, do we want Paul only working on the convention center or having his expertise on multiple projects?
Well, if we got him through a year. There's lots of opportunities.
A bit, but not really, because all these people, it's their first term.
Yeah.
So,
But wouldn't Jack term out? No, Jack's not gonna term out in 26.
No one's gonna term out next year.
so. It's like a 1-year opportunity versus a multi-year opportunity. It needs to be better.
Hey, Paul, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I don't see it precluding him if he has the capacity to go, even better.
But I noticed on the.
They didn't interview everybody. They only went by their application. And some people did more, included resumes and other things, and you didn't. That's a little bit of a challenge with the applications, because some people pack everything in, and other people assume that the interview process is where they.
I would still lean to district representation.
I really liked David Riley. I felt like he gave really good answers and was thoughtful.
David?
Yeah. Let me find my notes. Yeah, he had a lot of enthusiasm. He'd been following along on since 2022.
Real emphasis on paying attention to oversight.
Yeah, he seemed very committed to like the goal. He also mentioned that he also has a lot of time to devote. I don't know, I mean, I thought I agree with everybody that all of the candidates were very good.
Yes, I think in looking at the skills of the commission and background of the commission now, we don't have a lot of people who've done like program management or overseen large budgets, you know, I think the oversight work can be done. But in terms of people who work in development, who understand how to prioritize like that I don't necessarily see in our current mission lens. It'd be a different skill set. It's not really it.
So you're voting for,
I vote for Paul.
I would vote for Paul.
No, I would support that. He just in talking to him, came away. I've never met the man, but after an hour, I was hugely impressed with his knowledge in making these big projects work.
Mayor, you got a majority.
But I'm not, I mean, they're all good.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's not.
But this is where the staggering is a real challenge.
We're just gonna have to address it at a future council meeting.
Mhm.
We can't go on like that with all these people leaving at once. That
Yeah,
doesn't work.
and I'm fine with Paul also. All things equal, everybody's equal here. I go back to citywide representation. And District 5 would have 4 people to Measure J. If we did that. And there's nothing wrong with District 5.
No, I understand what you're saying. No, I'm sensitive to that.
So.
That is a good point.
I would lean toward, certainly.
Might be a reason to include Jack up there instead. Because then you have. In terms of the voting.
Well, it's the same either way, right? You're gonna have.
Yeah, but if like the likelihood of like the ones who are voting on a project, you would have more. But you
Most
still have a
of them
decent amount of 4s, so I don't know, I think it'd be.
Yeah,
roughly the same.
it's 4 and 5 heavy.
The thing is I mean. It matters more for the community initiated projects, the district, I think, but. I was
But
gonna
we
say
did
that,
that
but it's
for
not
all-
quite true,
all
so never mind, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a commission where they're deciding a lot of investments. For the city that has. I just think you need the. Expertise, at least not in every board or commission member, but. To have it on the commission.
All right, so it sounds like you've got support for 3 folks for Paul, for sure. Versus David Riley. Does someone want to make a motion? That we appoint Jason Kravitz as a primary member with expiring 2028 and Paul Travis as the alternate replacing Kravitz.
Well, I have a question
Expiring in 26.
to city clerk. So if this kind of goes to, do their alternate years count? Because if Jason gets moved up, is it from a 25, 28 full term on top of, so would it be 6 years on top of the year that he served as alternate?
It's an alternate. And that's the thing, like the alternate, because the alternate is a voting. This person votes in the event there's a quorum, a lack of a quorum. And so really the alternate terms as it states right now would count toward.
So then it would be
Well,
24,
he
27.
can serve,
It's to find out.
I should mention, you can serve 7 years. So if he has served one, he could still serve 2 3-year terms.
Okay, okay, yeah.
Or could serve 2 years, 3 years, and be appointed for a year.
Okay.
Anybody can actually be appointed for a year if they're extending, and that's how you can get rid of some of the staggering.
Yeah, and we'll have to do that next year.
See, I think we're doing that, you're doing that, recommending something else.
Okay, so we have half a motion. Somebody wanna finish it?
Naomi?
Sure. Make the motion, we move Kravitz to a full appointment. And Paul for the alternate,
Expiring 26.
expiring in 26.
Okay.
Second.
I'm second it.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, beautiful. We have Measure J taken care of. Thank you for that. Now we move into our Human Rights Commission. And first up, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 candidates. 3 on Zoom. And the first up is Dr. Zavarich. Dr. Zavarich, so you happy the papers? And we're only 2 openings with 1 current member re-upping.
He'll see what the next is.
Welcome.
Hello. How are you? Fine.
All right, we will do it's a very informal, not very long and drawn out, short and sweet. But each council member will take a question or two, and we'll start off with Councilmember Bernstein. Thank you for volunteering.
So what's your knowledge of, hi, first of all, thank you for applying and thank you for being here, Doctor. So what's your knowledge of the functions and the regulations, procedures of the Human Rights Commission?
Well, I mean, I understand that they're here to protect the citizens of Palm Springs against any violations of their human rights, their civil rights. And I guess to prevent that or to educate people around that. That's how I would understand.
Okay, thank you.
Can you talk a bit about why you would like to serve specifically on the Human Rights Commission?
My background is in peace and justice education. I worked at Villanova University for 17 years, and I was associate director of the Center for Peace and Justice, focusing on restorative justice, and worked all over the world, trying to deal with protecting people's human rights in Africa, in India, South America, so in different places. So I had the opportunity to pay students to do service work in those countries. So human rights is very important to me, particularly South Africa is another focus with their human rights issues and how they dealt with it.
Thank you.
I grew up in Gladwin.
What?
I grew up in Gladwin.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, right down the street from Villanova. And now we have the Pope.
How about that?
How about that? Yeah.
So what are, you know, the commission has been singled out for a number of key issues in the last year and a half, 2 years. Of those things that have been singled out for the commission, right or wrong, how do you work to make sure that you don't encounter some of those challenges in the future?
Could you give me an example of what you mean?
Well, if you're not aware of the challenges that they've had in the future, we can skip that
I
question.
mean, the only thing I'm thinking of is, with the transgender population,
Yeah, no, that's good. That's fine. So let's say, what about your experience with other city programs, city activities? What have you been involved with?
I've been involved with, the Church of St. Paul in the Desert and the Section 14 project. I'm working on that with Section 14 survivors in the parish itself, trying to bring about some healing after all of the drama that had been taking place.
Okay.
So I have contact with them. And then I've worked with some theater companies as well.
Doing what?
I was a prop master for Des Arts.
Oh, fun.
And then I worked with the Green Room. They're there in Coachella, I think.
Oh,
And they did a Section 14 play.
oh, nice.
I
Okay.
worked with them on writing that play.
Oh, excellent. I never would have guessed you as a prop master.
Yeah.
So that's good. Good for you. Other questions? Councilmember Reddy.
Yeah, hi, Doctor. Question, is there anything that you think this Human Rights Commission should be addressing that they're not addressing now? For the community?
You know, I've thought about that, and we're such a unique community in the fact that we're sort of appear to be in a bubble. But my concerns are around racial issues. And I think that we push some of those under the table and pretend that they don't exist in Palm Springs. So I would like to see a little more work in education around racism and so forth.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you talk a little bit about your city involvement, either with the city or just kind of your service work? I understand kind of your deep kind of experience or like career and research, but just kind of community involvement. You mentioned Des Arts. Is there anything else that we should keep in mind in terms of how you approach service?
So it's. I think one of the important things that I've done at St. Paul's is to try to get the community there to understand that if we're going to do community service, we have to find out what the needs are. Because people at the parish have a tendency of saying, oh, you know, let's give out sandwiches to the homeless. Well, how do we know that's what they need? Or let's give out socks to the homeless, you know, we got socks from Bombas. So let's give those out. Well, okay, that sounds great, but there's a step before that we have to look at the community and say, what the community needs. So there needs to be dialogue and discussion with community members, not just let's come up with an idea that we think is good and will make us feel good.
Okay.
All right. Looks like we're good. So, see, I told you it was short and sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you so much.
All right, next up, we've got H. Brian Carr. And I don't know if Brian goes by H. Brian or just Brian.
There's Brian,
Well, it says. Yeah. Brian on the back of the picture.
Brian, how are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Excellent. What's the H?
Howard.
Howard. All right, wonderful.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, we have a short round of questioning, and who would like to start?
Can you just tell us about why you're interested in serving on the Human Rights Commission specifically?
Sure. I've always, my whole life been interested in helping people. In need. I guess. I did a resume or something that you have, but yeah, I was a trial lawyer for 40 years. And I became an attorney to help people. Because most people need an attorney and they're in trouble. And I did mostly injury, discrimination, things of that nature. And it was something that I enjoyed doing. It was very satisfying, and I enjoyed doing it. In 2019, after practicing for 40 years, I decided I wanted to do something different. So what I did was I put in an application for the Peace Corps. And in 2019, I went to Africa after a long medical situation because I was 68 at the time. And the biggest qualification at that point is to make sure you're healthy enough to get through the vigors. And so I went to Africa, and I was involved with digging fish ponds for the natives. And it was just an amazing experience. These people have nothing, and they appreciate everything that you do for them, and it was just, you know, very, very rewarding.
We have some. It's on the Zoom.
Anyway, movie.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Moving along, it's funny. A couple years ago, I had an experience that I thought was very interesting. Like, I think most of us, we appreciate that there are homeless people here in the city, and you might go into a fast food place and there'll be some homeless people, and you'll go up to them and say, "Are you hungry? You know, can I get you some food?" And I would do that occasionally, and I would feel good about that. And then a couple of years ago, I realized that even though I would do that, I would never ask them their name. I would never say, "What's your name?" I mean, I would buy them some food, and I realized that, you know, it's important to ask somebody their name because it's about human dignity. Because one thing you do have is you have a name. It's not like buying some food or giving some food to a poor person. Their name is not poor person. Their name is not, you know, illegal, you know, alien, whatever. It's about a person with dignity and respect. And it was funny because it just dawned on me. I do this, but I never ask their name. And I realized that that's important. Finally, I will say this, that I think we're, since this new administration came into office, there are going to be tremendous challenges, especially for places like Palm Springs, because Palm Springs has always been a self haven or safe haven for individuals. And unfortunately, this administration, we don't know how far they're going to go and what they're going to do. And so you know, I've seen the Human Rights Commission meetings, and I think they're doing a really good job of things, but I think we have to be prepared for new challenges. And the new challenges I think are gonna include how are we gonna deal with, because there's gonna come some times where it's gonna be, the city's gonna face challenges of you either do this or you do that. The threats, you know, now we've always seemed to have had the governor and the legislature on our sides in regard to that. But even our governor seems to be giving way a little bit. And, just have to stand up and fight for what's right. And, I'm willing to be a part of that. And I want to be able to help individuals in this community, to maintain their dignity and their respect. And to me, they're not just words. And part of this also is a little bit religious. I mean, I'm spiritual, and I don't think there's a better example. Jesus Christ basically did a pretty good job in terms of battling challenges. And a good example, Mahatma Gandhi was a good example. Nelson Mandela was a good example. Mohammed was a good example. But I think, it's something that I'd like to do. I want to help people. And I've got the time and I'm willing to do it.
Excellent. How long have you been in Palm Springs?
My family came here in '78. I've lived here full time since 15 years, about 2012. I moved from Orange County. I got out of the Marine Corps and I lived in Orange County, raised my kids there, and came out here in 2015 permanently. Actually, my sister lived here. My brother-in-law was captain on the police department here. My younger sister went through schooling here, and so.
Beautiful. You retired your practice here?
Yes, I did. Yes, I
nice.
did. Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, other questions?
Good, thank you.
So there's been, in the past handful of years, there's been the Bogart Monument controversy, there's been the Bogart, the human rights report that was issued, there's been the awards gate issue. How do you make sure that things like that don't happen down the road?
Well, the Bogart situation was, that is an issue that has to be dealt with by the city council. And I think what you have to do is you have to weigh all the sides. There's various opinions on what should take place and what shouldn't take place. And I think that you have to gather all the information, and then in that instance, the city council had a decision to make, and there were various sides to it, and a decision had to be made. I'll give you another example. I normally swim mornings at the swim club, and I learned that there was a tree that was dedicated to a famous individual that was gay, and in honoring him, they planted a tree.
Yeah.
And
Orlando tree.
But they planted it in not exactly a specific location of it, So what I did was I got some of my, because I'm a former Marine, I've been the commander of the American Legion here on 3 different occasions. I got and I got a bunch of my friends together and the guys that I swim with in the morning, and we got together and we wanted to move the tree to some place where it would be seen by everybody, maybe in front of City Hall or something like that. But then I learned that there's a little bit of a problem with that, because the dirt, some of the dirt was from Flight 91, that crash in Pennsylvania. And so there was a concern that you're taking hollowed dirt and it's, you know. But I have friends that we're still working on it. We've been talking about maybe there's still a way to do it. If you get enough dirt around, because where it is not exactly honoring, the individual.
So, other things that you're involved in, community service, civic events and
Yeah.
organizations.
Well, I'm involved with the American Legion. I am what's called a lector at my church at Our Lady of Solitude. So I read the scriptures twice a month. In addition to that, I've been on the board of I have a condo in Coronado, and I'm on the board there. I've been on a number of different boards, and I also when I came back from Africa, I had a few little medical issues, only orthopedic, that I've been dealing with, and I've had a few things replaced, and so that's pretty much what I've been doing.
Okay. Anything else? All right, well, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And we'll see you at the Legion sometime.
Well, sounds good. Thank you very much.
All right, next up is Harrison Stasek.
Just goes by Stasek. I think it just goes by Stasek.
Stasek, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Excellent, welcome.
Thank you, good to see everybody.
And congratulations on the new job. I had just heard recently where you landed, so good for you. All right, short and sweet process, nothing too intense for you. Who'd like to start off?
Where did you land?
Well, so as I've heard, I departed from Caravanserai, my role there. I'm currently doing some work with Brandon Riker's campaign for Congress. So very early, playing some ground game, but anyway, yeah, doing some work there. It's exciting.
So, what's your interest in being part of the Human Rights Commission?
So as some of you guys might know, my background prior to Caravanserai was in public service. I was kind of a public affairs fellow in the House of Representatives for a period of time. I was, I kind of got into all of that stuff when I was a student government, student association senator when I was in undergrad, and just kind of took off from there. Did a lot of work with folks in the New York State Assembly, Westchester County legislators, back home in New York. And I think that I'm really looking to, as I guess we just established with the Riker campaign, just looking to kind of move back in that direction and do kind of some of that work more directly, supporting obviously disadvantaged communities and the like through something like this, which I got to do a little bit of Caravanserai, but was kind of removed from the type of work I was doing. So that's sort of the broad reason that I'm moving back in that direction and interested in something like this.
How long have you been in Palm Springs?
2 years. Yeah. Still a little bit of a rookie, but yeah, I've really enjoyed it so far.
Okay. You're currently on the Administrative Appeals Board.
Correct, yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Stasek, how does your experience on the appeals board? What'd you learn from it? What was that experience like? And how do you take some of that learning to the next commission or board that you serve?
Well, I think I've gotten a much better sense for just kind of the general process, kind of the procedures and what's appropriate, what, the sort of the various ethical concerns and things like that we've all talked about. And I've gotten the opportunity to learn from, my fellow board members and kind of their professional experience, getting to chat before and after meetings, just, on a personal level, that sort of thing. Just getting to kind of, bounce off of other people who have been involved in public service or otherwise, have an interest in it. So I think procedural, but then also making those connections is going to really, really valuable.
Yep.
So Harrison, what is it that you might think you would want to do if you were on the commission? Anything you want to do specifically, or suggestions you think they might be able to do differently, better?
Yeah, sure. I appreciate that. So my and Councilmember Bernstein knows this. My kind of work with Caravanserai was very much focused on communications and policy advocacy. And one of the things that became really, really clear very early on is that people just don't know about some of the support systems that are in place, some of the programs that they can apply for, some of the, you know, the support that already exists, which obviously with the budget situation in the state of California, we're in a little bit of rocky territory right now, but there is such a robust system of support in this state in particular. So whether it's the city, whether it's the county, whether it's the state, there are these things that are available to people, they just don't know about it. And so all of my work with Caravanserai was really making sure that people knew about it. So if there's a way that I can contribute to the commission in a way that's you know, making sure that those opportunities are communicated to people, what's the best way to get that information to people? We talked about, and I'm sure it's conversations that are already happening. But we talked a lot about that on the Admin Appeals Board that I had recently in meetings that I've been able to attend. You know, this idea of when there is a change to say whether it's 28 or 29 days for the, you know, something that can for some people can make a big difference. All of a sudden you're getting fined $5,000, yet you had no idea that this thing had changed. We've been looking at ways on that board to make sure that people know. So access to information is number 1, 2, and 3 for me, and I think that's something I can contribute.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Are we letting them off this easy? Pretty good. I think we're good. Thank you.
I have a question. Are you going like Harrison or Stasek now?
Stasek, yeah. So yeah, that's the sort of odd thing is but it's relevant to the commission. So my first name is Harrison, but I've always gone by Stasek, as you know, we've asked each other a little bit. Just for some reason, just stuck when I was a kid. So it gets a little weird with official government documents, but so sometimes I don't correct people. But I think the only person who still calls me Harrison is my boss from when I was a lifeguard, like 10 years ago. Because she called me Harrison the first day, and I was like 14, and I didn't want to say anything. So yes, Stasek.
Well, the important thing is, what did your mother call you?
Stasek.
Okay, all right. And that's what it is.
Harrison when she's upset.
All right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, next one is on Zoom, Jack Lawrence.
He's in the waiting room. I'll admit him.
Hi,
Hi, everybody.
how are
Hey,
you,
Jack,
Jeff?
how are you?
I'm good. How are you all doing?
Excellent.
Thank you
Where
for
are we
taking-
talking? Where are you at today?
I'm in Santa Barbara.
Oh, nice. Is it beautiful and sunny or a little overcast?
No, it's beautiful, sunny, gentle breeze, 74 degrees.
Ah, nice. You
Yeah,
get the best of both worlds, don't you?
I do. I'm very fortunate. I live in Palm Springs and I work in Santa Barbara.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a short process. Nothing difficult, just a few questions that will be asked. Who on council would like to start?
Start. Hi, Jack. Can you tell us why you'd like to be on the Human Rights Commission?
I've been coming to Palm Springs. I grew up in the San Fernando Valley and I've been coming to Palm Springs since there was a Saks Fifth Avenue on Palm Canyon and it closed in the summer. That's how long I've been coming there. And I've lived there for the past 3 years and I just love that. I love the city and I really want to figure out a way to be of service. And the majority of my professional career has been in the human rights and social services area. And I really feel like that would be the way that I could give back the best. The organization that I work for currently is a homeless nonprofit. We build tiny home villages for homeless folks up and down the state. And I have a really great sense of the other and how important it is for a community to address who the other is and how we can always welcome them, or at least to understand them. I think that's the biggest challenge that we're facing. You know, the bomber that we had over the weekend, just a devastating incident. But if you look at that individual, he's kind of heartbreaking. If you look at his face and you see it was really clear he doesn't want to be here. So how do we help people like that? I don't know if the Human Rights Commission is that encompassing, but I certainly think we have an opportunity to take a look at the underlying causes, that maybe we can help prevent stuff like that in the future.
What would you expect the commission's role would be in the homelessness arena?
You know, first and foremost, that we acknowledge that they're people, that they are you and I. It's not them, it's us. I think one of the greatest misunderstandings about homeless folks is that they are drug addicts and alcoholics and they're mentally ill. By the time that they get to organizations like mine, they are quite often substance abuse users, alcohol abusers, and mentally ill. But they didn't wind up, that wasn't the cause of their homelessness. That was a result of their homelessness. The trauma, the pain, the shame of being homeless is absolutely breathtaking. And so if we can acknowledge that these are our neighbors, you know, close to 80% of all homeless populations, pretty much across the United States, are homeless where they lived. There's you know, especially here, you know, in Palm Springs and Santa Barbara, I hear quite often, oh, I hear that the homeless people come here because the weather is so nice. And I'm like, do you think they got on a plane in New York and just landed at LAX and then jumped in a town car and they went up and down Palm Canyon or State Street looking for a nice place to sleep? No, that's where they were homeless, and that's where they started the journey and their descent into homelessness. And so I think that as a Human Rights Commission, we have an obligation to get people to understand that these are human beings first and foremost.
Thank you. Councilmember Bernstein.
Thank you. I mean, you speak very beautifully. How do you see the commission itself working on these issues? I think there's obviously the understanding you talked about, but actually, what actions can the Human Rights Commission take?
I think, so I've been thinking about this, and I think what I would do, one of the first things that I would do is I'd begin to take a look at the hate crime statistics, or just crime statistics in general, because you're going to get a really good sense of the population that is being exploited, for lack of a better word, and you're also going to get an opportunity to take a look at the folks that are committing those crimes. And I think that once you get some data, you know, data is always, for me, is always the first and foremost. If I can take a look at the data and see who's being exploited, who's being victimized, and then take a look at the folks that are victimizing them, I think that we have a good basis for beginning to address those problems. For example, if we're beginning to see, or not necessarily crimes, but if we're beginning to see complaints, especially environmental complaints, you know, environmental issues are a really good way of gauging a community. If there is a waste or what's the word I'm looking for? Pollution that tends to hang out in a specific part of the city, chances are pretty good that it's an underserved or an underprivileged population that's being exposed to that kind of stuff. And so I think that it's a really great opportunity for us to take a look at the geographic data as well as the individual data to see where we would be able to support the folks that seem to be experiencing some human rights violations.
Yep, Mayor Pro Tem.
Jack, thank you so much for talking to us a little bit today. Can you speak to a little bit about your capacity and kind of the time commitment to the Human Rights Commission? Do you see any potential conflict in serving, and just kind of what it requires?
No, I'm fortunate because I make my own schedule. The organization that I work for, I've been very fortunate that I cover the Southern California region, but for the most part, I focus on Santa Barbara and LA County. We have a village being built in San Bernardino right now, and another one that just opened in Thousand Oaks. But my job, once the money is raised and the city councils have approved our projects, then my job is pretty much done. So my schedule is incredibly flexible.
Great,
I make my own schedule.
Councilmember Reddy.
Jack, my name is David, and
we've met, David.
Yeah, yes. As Councilmember Bernstein said, you speak very eloquently on this. I guess, you know, the question that I have for you is, you clearly have a passion for this. ultimately on the commission, when these issues come up, there's some things that you can and you know, maybe change by changing laws, and then there's other things that you can't change, but you can give voice to. And
Right.
so, you know, there's this long in between. So
Right.
I'm just curious how, you know, how you see yourself as a member of the commission actually navigating that.
I think that for me, the best way to describe that is that I'm advocacy. I think that advocacy is one of the greatest tools that we have as human beings to advocate for others. And I want to give you an example. The County of Santa Bernardino, County of Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors has been very supportive of the work that we do. But no, as you all know, homelessness is a very touchy issue, and no hearing gets nobody gets unscathed in a hearing about homelessness. And so for the first 3 villages that we opened in the county of Santa Barbara, we had board meetings where there were going to be votes. And there were always constituents, and there were always other board members who had a lot of questions. And in between those meetings, when people would ask me what they could do other than raise money, I always told them, I need you to be an ambassador for us. What I need you to do is I need you to come visit our villages. I need you to meet the people that are living there. And so when your neighbors say, oh, I heard they're going to build a homeless camp, and it's a Dignity Moves Homeless Camp, which is the name of my organization, I want you to be able to say, oh, you're in great hands. Don't worry about it, because we know who they are. And so the first 3 villages that we built, we had a vote. And some were contentious, but at the end of the day, they were all passed 5-0 by the County Board of Supervisors. And 3 weeks ago, we had a vote for our 4th village. The supervisor, Laura Capps, the supervisor said, okay, it's item number, whatever it is. This is a Dignity Moves village. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to comment? And not one person was there to comment. And when she said to her colleagues on the board, she said, are there any board of supervisors that had any supervisors that have any questions? And they said, no, it's a Dignity Moves project. And they voted 5-0, and it was over and done in 2 minutes. And I think that's a result of the fact that we had done a lot of advocacy. And there were no laws that were involved. It was important that people understood the issue and understood the people that we were helping. More than anything else, if we understand the people that we're helping through advocacy, I don't know that laws always need to be the answer, because laws are only as good as the people that are willing to abide by them anyway.
Thank you, Jack. Just a quick follow-up. I'm intrigued with your work on the tiny home. How do you get past the whole sewage issue? Just curious, how do you solve that?
Well, so are you familiar with Appendix P of the building code that is a result of the Emergency Housing Act that the governor signed?
Marginally.
Okay, so Appendix P, take a look at it. Appendix P is an amazing, I mean, we bring in a sewer line, but the point is that Appendix P waives an incredible amount of regulation. There's no CEQA, for example, with Appendix P. I don't know if you know that or not.
Good. Right. Okay. No, that's very helpful. Thank you. No, very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
anything else? We're good? All right, well, Jack, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Ron, it was nice to see you. I appreciate that you took the time to meet me on Zoom. And as soon as I'm done here now, I'm coming back to Palm Springs.
Excellent. We'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. Have a great day, everybody.
You too.
Bye.
Okay, another Zoom, Malachi Strong.
He is not on with us just yet.
Okay, is Richard on?
No.
All right, how about Neil Smith?
I think it's no.
Now?
No, we got there. So we have 5 minutes to Malachi.
For Malachi,
now.
Hugo is saying something.
Thanks for the opportunity. He says, thanks for the opportunity to sit down on these interviews. I just heard the first 4 applicants. I must jump off now. Thank you.
Liaison.
Yep. That's it. It's not available after this.
Yes, he was only able to sit in for partial.
I think he said he was at work.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a break or just wait for someone to say?
We have 5 minutes, what do we?
Yeah, Jack, Malachi has 2:50 as his time. So.
Only 5 minutes. Yeah, so.
It's three. Yeah, three.
Oh, no, I don't know. What the pronouns.
Oh.
So we're taking a recess. All right, welcome. Malachi, thank you for being patient. Councilmember Gardner explained the process, so it's gonna be short and sweet, pretty painless. Who'd like to start?
I'll go ahead and start. Can you just tell us a bit more about your interest in the Human Rights Commission specifically?
I love the mission of it. I think that diversity is more important now than ever. And as a social work intern who graduates in September, and like my own lived experience of having a disability, and being a part of marginalized communities, I think it's important to bring those voices to the table to make sure that we're meeting everybody where they are in the best way possible.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bernstein.
Okay, thank you for being here. Thank you for applying. What do you see, what kind of actions do you see the Human Rights Commission can actually take to address some of those issues?
I think it's kind of doing what we're doing, getting more people involved, bringing more voices to the table, and kind of working with agencies and other things in the area to kind of bridge some gaps, whether that is homelessness or other areas where I feel like we could maybe improve.
Right, thank you.
So Malachi, what are some of the other entities or community programs you've been involved in here in Palm Springs?
I've spent a lot of time like getting myself acclimated to the area. I do some stuff with the Brothers of the Desert. I'm an intern at a local therapy office, which we work with a lot of different agencies, sometimes with Trans Health and Wellness or the center. And I also do public speaking myself. And so that kind of also gets me out in the community as well.
How long have you been in Palm Springs?
For about 5 years now.
Excellent. Councilmember Reddy.
Oh, hi, Malachi. My name is David, and I was just curious, is there anything that you think you would want to specifically focus on that the Human Rights Commission is not currently doing, that you think might be an improvement or might be helpful to them?
I think that I would like to work with the commission on maybe figuring out a way to get more of our, like when it comes to like homelessness of the LGBT community, I see that a lot within my internship. I have a lot of clients who are having a hard time finding housing, and I just noticed that we don't have a lot of services that kind of work toward that. So maybe working with the commission to figuring out ways we can work to bridge that gap.
Great, thank you.
That was my question.
Anything else?
Sounds good. Did you have your question wrong?
Everyone has questions?
Oh, I didn't ask one?
Oh, no, you had questions that you had a question.
So
you were asking.
Malachi, you've been here 5 years, so you've known some of the work on the Human Rights Commission. There's been some controversy in the last half a dozen years. The monument in front of City Hall, the Bogart report, the Pride of the Commission Honors Awards. How do you feel about the outcomes with
I think it's
those?
hard to kind of make everybody happy in a situation like that. And I think we've done a lot of work to do the best we can with what we have and just trying to think of the bigger picture. And I think sometimes it's kind of hard because I see things about the Maryland statue and all of that. And I always just think there are like bigger issues. And I'm like, can't we just move that energy across other areas?
All right, I love it.
Good answer.
Okay, I think we're done. So thank you. As we promised, it was short and sweet.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
All right, I saw Richard in the waiting room.
We also have Miss Smith in the. Smith and waiting.
Okay,
Neil.
Oh, in the lobby.
Yeah.
he's next.
Okay, so, yeah,
Now.
so you're gonna get me in trouble.
I
'cause
know,
said-
you said Neil, then she corrected you the last time. I'm so horrible with them.
I get in enough trouble all by myself.
I do too. We're not good together.
Hi, welcome. Aloha. Okay, we welcome. Thank you for being here today. We have a short process. It's not going to be long and detailed, so we'll go nice and quick. Council member, who would like to start?
Hi, nice to have you here. Can you tell us a bit more about your interest in serving on the Human Rights Commission?
Yes, of course. I do not have like I'm very much layman's thought. I have a journalism background. I was a travel journalist for a very long time. I've traveled to 70 countries, in which I wrote about human rights abuses by certain destinations and countries that were reliant on tourism. I wrote about Cambodia, which at one point in 2015 had was abusing children, orphanage, putting them in orphanages, and they were not even, in fact, orphans. So there was a correlation between the rising tourism and then the revenue coming from these orphanages. So I made that link, and then I exposed them, and then I was persona non grata for that country because of that article. And then I did travel journalism for quite a while, about 15 years. I got burnt out, to be honest. I got to see the world, but there are destinations and countries that I want to see when I'm a lot more older. So to really take it in, but that was an experience. I'm now a social worker, so I traded in my journalist hat to become a social worker. My last job was the housing coordinator and the senior case manager for Transgender Health and Wellness Center, in which I help house domestic violence and sexual assault survivors, house them from the street to apartments, searching for apartments, employment, as well as keeping that job and transportation and such. I was not gonna say anything about this trans thing, but I feel it compels me because of the current political climate. Is there a trans individual in the Human Rights Commission for Palm Springs? There is none.
No. At
Why
this
is that?
time? At this time, not that I'm aware of, no.
There has never been one?
Has there ever? I don't know.
Please.
I don't know.
Machine? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
That's quite unfortunate, because given what's going on, I shut and I disengage from the news, from everything that is going on, because we are scapegoats. I do not wear that. It's a little part of me being trans. But in the same time, we are being scapegoats for this administration. I cannot stand idle and watch people suffer. I am blessed to be able to walk on the street, be able to conduct my life in a manner that is normal, somewhat, some semblance of normalcy. But there are brothers and sisters that are not able to do not have that opportunity. They are targeted, laughed at, ridiculed, whatever, can't get a job. So much atrocity. And I don't want to wear this trans thing. Like I said, it's a very small part of me. but it affects so much of me. I think that's it.
So where do you see the service on the Human Rights Commission? Where do you see your ability to contribute to their mission?
Well, I have the world perspective, given that I've traveled, as well as the social worker's perspective, and being that I'm a part of the very much look bottom of the totem pole. I think that gives me a unique perspective to be able to chime in on issues that may concern not even the public in general, but public's perception and opinion. So I think that's like I asked, there's never been somebody that can bring that perspective to the Human Rights Commission here in Palm Springs.
But we're not talking in absolutes because we don't know through history.
But you would have a lot
currently
of
right now-
constituents of
Currently, right now, we don't. So how long have you been in Palm Springs?
2016.
Oh, 2016, okay. And other entities, organizations, groups that you're involved in Palm Springs? What are those?
I am well connected with the GAP Health, Transgender Health and Wellness Center. I actually am still conducting the in-person and online support groups, as well as the LGBT center. I did a benefit for the Transgender Health and Wellness Housing Program 2 years ago called the Pink Ball. We brought in Margaret Cho, who's a friend of mine, and who's also a big staunch human rights advocate. And we put together a really nice event. We raked in some money for the housing program and it worked. So I'm connected in that respect.
And at DAP's housing program, what was the housing program?
DAP Health,
No, the housing program. that
there was a domestic violence sexual assault housing program that was funded by HUD essentially, but it was distributed by the COC, Continuing Care Riverside Housing Authority.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Bernstein?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for being here.
Thank you for
Thank you
having me.
applying. So what's your understanding of the role and of the function, the procedures, the rules of the Human Rights Commission, and how do you see yourself furthering that?
The one word that comes to mind is advocacy. I consider myself a social advocate for the houseless. So from that perspective, I talk about people's stories, where they come from, how difficult it is, even when they're housed, the difficulty, psychological, mental, and all of that. I call them PAMs, physical, emotional, spiritual, and physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. Those aspects. I had a client who was housed and was so traumatized and had a trauma bond with the situation that felt more comfortable being in the desert. And I was like, you can lead the horse to the water, but you can't make him drink. But you gotta, for me, my perspective as a social worker, I have to meet where the client is at. No matter what the outside knows, I butt in with CEO, my finance people, because they didn't understand the needs and the perspective of somebody who's going through that traumatic incident or situation.
Great, thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Anything else? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, thank you so much for applying and for interest and for your service in the city overall. You looks like you do some really incredible work. Are you aware of the time commitments of the Human Rights Commission? Do you have any concern around kind of capacity or kind of making this fit with your other commitments, or do you think that it would be manageable?
What strikes me is like, when I first saw the post, I was like, oh, there's a Human Rights Commission from Palm Springs. I don't hear much about what you all do with respect to what you do. That's not to diss you or anything, but I'm so busy with what I do that I do not know what's going on. But that doesn't excuse the fact that I don't like Human Rights Commission. Okay, we got the Human Rights Commission from the larger scale. So I can imagine it's a little more like centered towards Palm Springs, and I want to know, really roll the sleeves and really get to know what concerns, the issues that are in our city.
Okay. Along that line, what is it that you think the Human Rights Commission does?
Like I said, advocacy, to provide voice for those people who are impoverished, cannot speak for themselves.
And how do they do that? How would the commission and the commission's work, how does the commission do that?
Well, there's a lot of donor elements to it, as well as policies. I can imagine to have from the public sector, which is different from nonprofits. I can imagine that's funded by the city and the government, essentially. Am I right?
There's really no funding, but.
But the project itself is I know it's not a paid commission, position that I am here for, and that's fine, yeah, because I'm not here to get paid.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think I'm good, we're good.
Yeah.
Thank you, I
Thank you for
promised
your
it was gonna
time.
be short and sweet, so thank you, and nice to meet you. Okay, now, Richard,
He's on Zoom, he's on.
okay,
Just a few minutes behind.
Richard?
He's there, your name's there.
I had let him know that we were running a few minutes late. There we go.
Yeah.
Hi, Rick.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Well, so we're here at the city council. I don't think you can see all of us at the moment, but this will be fairly short and sweet.
Okay,
I'll start us off with, why do you want to serve on the Human Rights Commission?
well, I think that the opportunity to do this really kind of brings together everything I've been doing for like the last 25 years. I've seen diversity, let's use that word in the most broad sense, from so many different perspectives. I've seen it in economic diversity, I've seen employee diversity, I've seen supplier diversity, I've seen diversity in just so many different definitions that I've learned, and I think that I have a perspective that's pretty broad on what people need. And I always say that we start these kinds of conversations by listening, and then you move into what I call the 3 C's. You know, it's compassion, communication, and connection. So you understand what is needed from different groups, and especially in our world today, it's just I think it's been turned upside down, and all the progress that's been made seems to be being thwarted and trying to be thwarted. And I don't think that that's probably going to happen, because I think that we're stronger than that. But there's just an opportunity right now, I think, for reapplied thinking, stronger thinking than maybe we've had to do in a long time about these issues to kind of counterbalance some of the negativity that's happening right now. And I feel blessed that I had these opportunities these last 20 plus years, like 25 or more years, to be so involved in issues of diversity. It was my profession, it's my career. I still speak about diversity to different groups and how to implement diversity programs in their businesses. And so and to be able to do something in my town, my community, to be helpful, I think would be a great honor, especially at this point in my life.
Yeah.
And Richard, how long have you don't live in Palm Springs, right? Or you do live in Palm Springs?
Well, I guess I think I do, but I guess the map says I don't. My house is just outside the city boundaries by 1 block. And so, but I consider myself a Palm Springs person. Plus I have a business that I run. I have a business license with the city of Palm Springs, an antiques and collectibles business that my husband and I run. And which is located in, well, up until last fall, is located in the antique galleries. And we're just moving to another shop in that same area this summer.
So how many years have you been here?
We've been in Palm Springs for 10 years.
10 years, beautiful.
Okay, so just to clarify for the council, you're in that area of Indian Canyons that is unincorporated technically, but is
That
still
Bella-
very much
yeah.
in what we call Palm Springs.
Yeah, the Belamonte neighborhood,
Yeah,
yes.
okay, just so
Yeah.
not like a block over in Cathedral City, it's still.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, sorry,
It's kind of weird.
yeah.
You forget.
Rick,
Councilmember Bernstein?
so I wanna ask, cause you put on here, I mean, obviously you've done a lot of diversity, supply chain management in Southern California, gas and other things. What is Build It?
Build It. Oh, Build It is an organization that I helped found in 2020, right during the pandemic. And what we do is that we're trying to help integrate LGBT and allied entities. It's not just all LGBT, but also other underrepresented entities into commercial and industrial construction. And in doing so, one event that we had in Palm Springs that you might find interesting is last year, we had Harry Barrett come over to my house, and we had an introduction of many suppliers from all over California come to meet him to introduce themselves as the airport prepares for its major expansion. And I thought that could diversify some of the supplier base. It would give Harry and the opportunity to meet some of these suppliers and see if they could possibly participate in future bid procedures that take place, with the airport expansion. And Build It, in fact, our global conference is next week in downtown Los Angeles. I'm the vice president of the organization, and we have, I think, last I heard, we have over 1,200 people coming to our conference. So we're very, very proud of the organization and how we've grown it in an area that is not representative of minority businesses. Commercial, industrial construction projects are very, very low in their representation of suppliers of diverse backgrounds.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember
Harry's going to be at our gala next week. So.
Hi, Rick, this is David, and I have the pleasure of serving with Rick on the COD Bond Oversight Committee. So Rick, I know your competency level and professionalism, so very clear on that. Question though, if you were on the commission, is there a specific thing you might want to bring and have the commission do that you see them not doing currently?
That's a good question. I think that the commission is in the midst of kind of redefining itself, and it seems to me that that's what I've been watching as I watch the meetings that have been happening. I really like the last meeting where they're really thinking about how they can kind of shore up the community awards that they're being presented, how they can make it beyond reproach, which I think is great. But I think that the other thing is just looking maybe at integration of how do we integrate, the needs of the minority businesses, the low income people that are of diverse incomes and maybe the majority of Palm Springs is. How do we integrate all that into this work that this commission is doing? How do we connect these people to other resources within the city? How do we communicate properly to them to gain their consensus to work with us? That's one thing I've noticed in some areas that I've worked with, that there's a reluctance. They see a city, they see a government, and government, don't want to get involved with government. So how do you break through that barrier to get your message through to help these folks, do what they want to do?
Okay. We promised short and sweet, so thank you very much. The rest of the
If
rest
I
of
may have one minute, I just want to compliment everyone in the room over what happened last week, and I saw, I think, everything that you guys put out, and the leadership was extraordinary, and it made me very, very proud to be part of this community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you for saying something.
Yes.
Okay, in person, Robert Cuthbert. Robert, how are you?
I'm doing well. Good afternoon.
Welcome. Even though you're in the hot seat, this is gonna be short and sweet.
You gotta like
It's
this.
gonna be painless, I assure you. All right, each council member may have questions to ask, and we'll just go around, and whoever wants to jump in first.
Well, can you tell us why you want to be on the Human Rights Commission?
Sure. Previously, I was on the Contra Costa County Human Rights. Served a 2-year term. It's kind of important to us. We were a gay couple in a very conservative area up in Northern California with 2 kids. And we were going through times in that county where we had challenges, everything from the police and how they were addressing homeless to housing. And so it was an important part to be a part of the commission and try and make a change. When we decided to move down here 4.5 years ago, it was an important part to me to get involved in the community. Unfortunately, for about the first 3 years here, I've just been working too much. So what I did is I divested myself. I used to own a couple of restaurants. I'm finishing up working with all those school districts in Napa and Solano counties. So I'm slowing down in the law practice, but I wanted to build it with something and be a part of the community. So that's why I decided to come back to this.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Reddy.
Yeah, interesting resume that I've seen, but so Robert, being basically counsel to cities, agencies, you would bring a good perspective to the Human Rights Commission. So given that, let me ask you, you can appreciate navigating between, what the laws and the rules are and the ordinances, and then what the community values are and all. So how would you deal with that in terms of there are things that you can clearly do, changing rules and laws, and things we can't change, but we can give voice to. So given your sort of expertise in all this, how would that affect your serving on the commission, and how would that add value?
So the city has its own city attorneys and everybody else to do legal. But what I can do, I've obviously written municipal codes, I've done all of that. I know one of the issues right now is they're taking a look at updating some of the codes. You bring a different set of eyes and ears, but I don't replace legal counsel. But what I want to do is take a look and make sure that we are evaluating what the community needs, what the priorities are for the community, not as an attorney, but as a dad, as somebody who has a daughter with significant mental health issues. And we were dealing with several of Chief Mills police officers who, by the way, his new program, it's staffed for 1 officer plus an adjunct, was an amazing help to us. Big kudos for that. And I think we ought to be able to, for the Human Rights Commission, is to be able to take advantage of that, be able to share that, advance that, be a part of the community to share those things, but also find out where we're missing some of it. So yes, I can serve in those issues, I can identify issues, but it's really where is the community in need and where would the commission like to go? Because the other part is, being what will be the new kid on the block is we do have a commission, we have members. Let's figure out what we all want to do as a group and can do, and let's support that and make sure that we are doing it in the right way in and an agenda and a process that makes sense and is achievable. So we have achievable goals.
Well, as a follow-up, and I know this question is very general, but I'm just curious. Do you see ordinances in other cities in the human rights domain that maybe we are lacking in? And that may not be a fair question because obviously you don't know, but generally, I'm just curious if you've seen something like that.
I think what I have started to see, and actually with my own clients, is we're living in a really strange time right now. So what we are seeing are some who are advancing, whether it's transgender, particularly transgender youth, and making sure that we are providing different ways to support them. We haven't had the same issues on race and religion that we used to have, but we do see everyone taking a look. The other issue that we obviously see is immigration and making sure that we have not necessarily resources per se, but we do want to have resources for those who are either fearful, right or wrong, or are simply concerned about that so that we can assist them. So we do see some cities and some other folks who are probably less proactive in that area, that allows them to be able to say, because this is what's always important to us. We are listening and we are trying to be responsive, even if we can't be perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Rob, thanks so much for spending a little bit of time with us today. It sounds like you have both the professional experience, also the personal experience that would be kind of a pretty full perspective. Can you talk about kind of just like your time and capacity, and if you feel, based off your understanding of the Human Rights Commission, if it's something that would fit within your workload, and if you see any issues there?
Yeah, and that's why I made the decision now, because once I exited from the restaurants, once I exited from schools, I just met with another primary client. I said, hey, I'm going to step back and do some other things. And that was to make sure that I would have the time and resources and commitment. Yeah.
Sweet. What restaurants?
Crossroads Kitchen. So it's in Los Angeles, and then we have one in Las Vegas. It's kind of cool. It's the #1 overall and #1 fine dining vegan in the country.
Get out of here.
I know.
How come you don't have one here?
You know what?
Well, now you're slowing down. You gotta open another one here.
So I talked to them about it, and actually, I might well have stayed involved if we would have done that. Our third location was in Calabasas, and just a quick story. When I got involved, and it was because they got sued, so I helped them out. Travis Barker is one of their investors. So Travis and Courtney helped open Calabasas. I was on the Kardashians. So all my life goals were met that evening. I know. But met some really cool people, but no, it was a great experience. I'm still gonna stay a little bit involved, but I just didn't want to be on the day-to-day.
Yeah. Well, excellent. Well, thank you for taking time out to chat with us today.
Absolutely.
Take good care.
Thank you. Right on track.
Okay, so we have Ryan Barnes. Ryan, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, we go around, we ask a few questions. It's not gonna take too long.
Okay.
Short and sweet. Who would like to start?
I can start.
Councilmember Gardner.
Hey Ryan, can you tell us why you're interested in serving in the Human Rights Commission?
The reason why is because I want to show people that as a person that has disabilities, I want to show my peers that I can do what I can do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reddy.
Hey, Ryan, what are some things that you feel maybe you'd like to do if you were on the commission?
I would like to show a lot of people that not just people that don't have disabilities can do the job and bring their traits to the committee and the council.
And is part of that, do you see being a voice in that regard in terms of what I'm trying to say is that you could bring some suggestions to the commission of maybe some city ordinances or things that we could do in terms of people with disabilities and to help serve them better?
Yes.
Okay, that's what, thank you. That'll be helpful.
Head Mayor Pro Tem.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how long you've been here in Palm Springs?
I've been here since 2022. I moved back from Sacramento. I recently lived down here in 2005, and I was born down here. So I went up to Sacramento in 2006, and it's been a good ride for me. And it's I want to just show you guys what I can do, and I'm happy for this opportunity that I'm getting this interview.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate you being here. What do you think the Human Rights Commission, what's the purpose of the Human Rights Commission and what do they do?
The purpose of human rights is just showing people what they had the rights for and what people basically what the rights for renters and all that stuff.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
And how do you see you contributing to the commission's work?
Just working very hard and showing you guys that I can do the job. And it was me being how to say it, having this disability, it's high functioning, but I want to show you guys that I can be a good trait for you guys, and hopefully with a person that has a disability, I would like to be part of this team.
Well, thank you.
You did show us. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Question, Councilmember Burns.
So first of all, just applying for is shows your willingness it makes you separates you from a lot of people who don't really want to do what you did. So thank you for applying. Have you done other volunteer work? And if not, why now did you decide to do this?
I am volunteering to be a coach for a basketball team in Indio, and that's 9 to 10-year-olds, and that's my second volunteer job at the moment. And I have never volunteered on a council, but I would, when I saw this opportunity, I wanted to apply.
That's great. Thank you for applying.
You're welcome.
Okay. We're good? All right, well, thank you very much. Promised it was gonna be short, so you can enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right.
And when do you guys let people know? If you don't mind me asking.
Very quick.
All right.
The clerk, the city clerk will let you know.
So-
You're from the city clerk.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Ron.
Thank you. Okay, and last but not least is Scott Nevins. On cue.
Have you all been doing this all day? Yeah.
No, 11.
Yes.
Yes. This is 11.
Yes.
All right, well, the good news is that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people have interviewed today. And we have one true position open outside of the current position you're in. All right, short and sweet, quick questions, anything around the table?
Well, we'll just start with the one, the same I started with. Why do you want to serve on the Human Rights Commission?
Easy answer. Well, currently serving on the Human Rights Commission and although I've only had one meeting, I've loved it and actually enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would, which is, you know, I felt like I was useful and I felt like I had a purpose there, which was great. I brought a different diversity idea to it of like coming from a younger point of view. You know, I started interjecting, which a lot of people usually don't in their first meeting, but I just brought up ideas and said, you know, I think if we look at it from this way, and I was shocked that several of the other commissioners said, I agree with Commissioner Nevins, that's a good idea. And I thought, all right, well, I did that well. So the purpose of being on here is, I think having people like me who have a history of working in these fields, right? Working for, advocating for civil rights, human rights, women's rights, LGBTQ plus rights, I think all of that culminating together. And I bring something to the table that maybe was not there before. And for me, that's important. I don't like to go places and sign up to volunteer if I'm not going to be useful. And so for me, being useful is bringing all of my history with me and being able to help guide this commission to serve with the pleasure of the council. You know, I'm a firm believer that people should not be bringing their opinions into commissions. I think it's about what's best for the city. And that's where our job is to help guide the council to do that and not make it harder for the council.
I like that. Councilmember Bernstein.
So, hello, Scott.
Hi.
So how do you think the Human Rights Commission will really be useful? What actions can they actually do to affect their mission?
I mean, honestly, I think it's more important now than ever with the current climate that we're in as a country. And I think what we can do as a commission is look at issues that are directly affecting our citizens in Palm Springs. So for me, it goes back to things I've always advocated for. Healthcare is a human right. Access to food is a human right. You know, Councilmember Garner and I live in District 1 and like we have a food desert there. And I feel like we could actually spend time looking into that and saying, how do we really solve this? Because Councilmember Gardner has tried, many people have looked into it. It's not a one-person job. It's going to take all hands on deck. And I think that's important. So you look at that issue and you say, okay, we get together, we can do research, we can figure out what it is we can do to help our citizens. Moving beyond that, I mean, obviously, after current incidents, there's always the talk of women's healthcare reproductive rights. You know, we are a very proud city to support that. And I think we need to really focus on local. Not ignoring what's happening nationally or globally, that affects our citizens. But I think it's important to make sure commissioners focus in on what is happening here in our city. Not how does what's happening out there make me feel? No, it's how does it affect the people in our city and what can we do to actually make effective change? And by we, I mean we guide and present to you all and you all make the effective change.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
So the Human Rights Commission shouldn't have a voice in international issues?
I think they should be aware of international issues, and I think they should be aware of how they affect people in our community, right? How they affect immigrants right now. That's obviously a huge topic with everything going on with the new administration. How are we protecting immigrants? How are we protecting families? How are we protecting children? I think people are still shocked when they hear that we have a large collection of children that live in Palm Springs, and over 90% of them live below the poverty level. And almost every meal they get happens at school. How do we protect that with federal funding that's being cut? How do we look at that and say, what are we doing to help our citizens? Now, I know what you're asking, the big hot button issue, should we get involved in those? And I have said this in my first interview, and I'll say it again, no. I think we see how they affect our citizens, but I don't think we, as a commission, should ever be taking a stance in a hot button issue because you are ultimately going to either offend or alienate one part of our community. And I think that's the exact opposite of what this commission is doing. It should be bringing people together.
Did I ask that same question on your first interview?
You sure did.
I've got to get new material. God, sorry. Okay, Councilmember Reddy.
Thanks. Scott, so actually, how many meetings have you participated in? You just appointed?
I was just appointed, then the April meeting got canceled, and so it was the May meeting was my first.
So really just one meeting, okay, this is not gonna be a significant question, but I'm just curious, since you're, well, at least one meeting, and it may be too premature, but is there anything specifically that you would like to maybe bring to that, but do differently, or see differently, or maybe ask to change?
Sure, I was really happy to see that they were bringing in, including my first meeting, experts and people from the community to talk about local organizations that deal with human rights. I think that's important. I think being connected to community members that are actually doing the work on the ground is important. So I'd love to see that continued. And again, I think I would just stress that commissioners leave their opinions outside and we come in here and we work for what is the best solution for the city. Not what we think or how we feel. That can obviously color how you look at something, but at the end of the day, you need to look at a blank slate and say, what is the most direct route to finding a solution here?
Thank you.
Hi. Thanks for spending some time with us today. Can you talked a little bit about kind of like a younger perspective on the Human Rights Commission. Can you talk a little bit about kind of your personal and your lived experience and how it's a value add to the commission and bringing a perspective that might not otherwise be there?
Sure. So grew up in grew up in New York City, in Queens, New York, which is the most diverse city in the world. We have a council member here who lived there, who can attest. And I was very lucky growing up in that environment. I grew up in a community that was very, for lack of a better word, segregated in the way New York used to be, of Irish, Italian, Jewish. And I had an aunt who pushed through those boundaries for me and introduced me to people from all different cultures. And that really inspired me at a young age. And growing up in that environment, going to school at a very liberal college, I'm in SUNY Purchase in Westchester, and was known for having a large LGBTQ plus community. And that is where I came out. And I felt safe. And I learned about what that meant to be safe in a community. But when I got older, to me, the focus became more about civil rights, human rights, rights for access to food and healthcare, right? I sat on the board of DAP Health for many years, and that was something I was very proud of, is that we were trying to tackle, how do we do this for the most amount of citizens? And that was during the acquisition of Borrego. And so that opened up the door to say we could service so many people who live below the poverty line, who can't afford to go to doctors, women who were finding out they were pregnant when they were going to deliver, because they did not go and go see a doctor they couldn't afford to and didn't have access. And for me, also on the flip side was I've had this long career. I've been very lucky to have a career on television and using that platform for what I thought was good, right? So using my platform to speak about issues that were important to me. I remember in college showing up to what was then called an abortion rights rally, and I was the only guy there. And I was proud of that, but I also was disappointed. And so I went back and I was an RA also, so I talked to the guys on my floor and said, you need to be at the next one, and got them there. And got them to understand why it's important to support women. It doesn't make you less of a man, which is a lot of that straight sort of guy talk that was happening around me that I tried to debunk. But my skill set of working in entertainment, being on television, being a spokesperson on CNN International, all those places where I had to talk about LGBTQ plus issues, women's rights issues, all those things that you only have 35 seconds, 40 seconds to get your point across. So you have to be knowledgeable and you have to be able to deliver that message. And also you need to know when you see a topic, and this is, I think, useful in the commission as well, is how to not, as we say in New York, step in it and lead the council in the wrong direction, get them in trouble by getting into something they shouldn't, get into. Thank you.
No, I'm good.
I actually have one more.
I will follow up.
Can you talk a little bit about the March? Was there a HRC meeting in March? I know you said you only attended in.
Our meeting was canceled in April. My first meeting was in May.
When were you appointed?
In February.
No, he wasn't sworn in until when?
April.
He was appointed.
A week before. So we did the swearing in on the Thursday before that month. Oh, no, excuse me. 2 weeks before that Monday meeting.
Okay.
No, sorry, Kurt, no, it was April. Time means nothing after COVID to me. It was April, the Thursday before what would have been the Monday meeting. That was when we did the swearing in.
Got it. I guess. Can you speak to from when the council appointed you to getting sworn in, kind of that long gap?
Oh, it wasn't a long gap. I had work. So I'm a producer of Cabaret 88 at Palm Springs Art Museum. And so I found out very late in the game that I was appointed. And so I had work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday that week. So I was unavailable. So they said, that's okay, we'll just wait and then appoint you for the next meeting. I got appointed, the meeting was then canceled.
Thank you.
Of course.
Just ask me, is there any other commitments that you think will be preventing you from serving?
No, and I've actually told the museum about my appointment that I currently have, and they totally understood. And I said, I will, if there's a interesting meeting and Cabaret 88, I will be showing up late for Cabaret 88.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, anything else? All right, Scott, thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we want to break and then we'll continue.
Yeah, that would be great. So, and it's area, it's like a weird little carve out.
Well, we bring that
But
back.
but it's
They
outside the
want-
city, it's not in the city.
Technically, but where are they gonna go? They can't, they have to
They're-
go through Palm
Well, no,
Springs
but
to get
they're in
anywhere
county-
else.
They're county residents.
But he
No,
works in Palm Springs.
Yeah, I understand, but it's
Yeah.
like a weird, because it's very different to me than like. If you're in. What's technically called North Palm Springs, you're like in between Palm Springs and Desert Hot Springs, right? But you can go to any city. That little area. You have, like, the only options you have are like Palm Springs. You have to literally drive through Palm
Except
Springs.
they
It's
voted
like
twice
really
not to
weird.
come into the city.
Oh, well, I
See?
don't know, I mean,
I think they had to go on the sewer line as well.
Yeah, it was, that's what I.
because they didn't wanna be on sewer, that's
They
different.
weren't paid for it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
No, but he's good because he has a business in the city, so that.
Right, right.
it's okay.
but it's
But it
interesting.
doesn't apply for future
For future,
applications, like we can't just know that area.
if
It
your
was kind of
home,
confusing.
physical home mailing address is in Palm Springs, it seems like an odd thing to me.
Do you wanna add the language like physical home address?
I think we'd have to.
I would ask, bring it up with Jeff Ballinger. I would recommend it.
I do think it's worth exploring, because this came up in Palm Desert the last election cycle. And it was the same exact issue. Someone had an address that said Palm Desert. But they were technically not part of the city, and then they had to step down, and it was a whole thing. Which was just like a really unfortunate, kind of quite sad situation, but it was she had a Palm Desert address and didn't realize she wasn't eligible.
Shoot, Jeff.
Okay, are we still on pause? Are we?
We're live.
We're live, so let's go ahead and continue on the human. We already did the other two, so we got the Human Rights Commission. Anybody want to start with feedback?
Yeah, we wanna hear from,
Oh.
Jeremy? Jeremy, does your notes reflect the notes from the chair also? And is your ranking and qualification order?
No.
No, it was not in order.
Yeah, my ranking that I emailed in was not in any particular order. And as for the chair, he was not able to participate in all of the interviews this afternoon, but he was impressed with the interview by Stossel.
So you all weren't asked to get the chair's input beforehand?
No.
Okay. All right, so let's see.
Brenda, is that incorrect?
We sent the messages and the emails was supposed to go to the liaison and the chair to communicate to.
Okay.
Know if you, I think Nancy had indicated that she blind copied all of the liaisons and chairs.
So
On
then I would
that
ask, did
email.
you get anything from the chair?
I did not.
Or the chair received it.
They should have, yes, it goes to their ABM account.
Oh, I
Right,
see.
so we sent it to the.
Okay, so they got it.
Did you have any comments after hearing them today? There, all the comments?
I was looking at my notes versus what I sent previously, and I don't think that my comment could really change. I'm encouraged that we had individuals with either physical or different types of disabilities, which I think is something that we see or don't see on the mission. I think most of you, Councilmember Reddy may not know, but I'm legally deaf. I have implants, and I think in the community that's something that we don't ever, we don't hear about, we don't really accommodate. To see others that have stepped forward and said, hey, let me have a voice, let's see what this community can do. I think that's a voice that we're missing. To me, I found that encouraging.
I mean, I thought there was a great diversity of applicants and I agree with that. I wish some of them were more, had been more involved in understand, with the commission and other understanding what it does. But it was nice to hear from them.
Quite a few of these individuals today, I felt didn't really know what the commission did.
Yeah.
I felt bad for them, but they got through this process. And really didn't understand what the commission's role is.
Yeah, I mean, it really, that impression that they need to attend meetings and read the ordinance and learn it. It's hard to make, because they all have good hearts and good intentions.
Mr. Mayor, so, are you done?
No, for now, yes, sir.
You had asked if the chairman had responded, and who, the chairman, is the chairman Mr. Vignolo, is not?
No, he's vice chair.
He's the vice chair. Okay, so for what's worth, if you're interested, because the vice chair had sent me a text yesterday and asked me if I would share these with the commission, but again, he's not the chairperson, so I
I'd
just.
rather not submit it.
Okay.
It needs to go through the chair.
Okay, thank you. And then there are two positions here we're appointing, correct?
Well, it's if as long as there's viewed as a service has been okay. Scott Nevins is the incumbent that was agreed to when we voted him on, that he'd be reappointed when this time comes around. And then there's one full position that's available.
I like Malachi. I thought he didn't talk as much, but he had a nice application. But yeah, I would say it is interesting too to have, we had two people at least who described having disabilities apply, two trans people. I mean, it's definitely a lot more than
More than we've had in the
usual.
past.
Yeah.
I will say, I know Rick Sealy's work and I'm very impressed by him. I think what he does is sort of very different in terms of diversity and businesses, and that's his career. So I do like him a lot.
I
know he's about oversight. I've seen his work in other organizations out here, so, and I know he's been to the meetings.
I liked a lot of what Rick had to say, but some of what he said and some of what some others said were very much talking about like the people who are most impacted and making sure that we're reaching them and talking with them. And I think that that's an interesting thing, because so often we talk about people as if they're not in these spaces already, and the reality is that they are, and they're applying. And I would like to see us appoint somebody that is already part of those communities and is experiencing these things firsthand. It's also a really great way to gain trust. I mean, part of when you have or like the current makeup of the Human Rights Commission is not very diverse overall. And so I think that that's a big thing that we need to do to improve our Human Rights Commission, is add that diversity. And remember that we're not just talking like about people, we're talking with people.
I wanted to point out this one, and there's not a lot we can do, but one of the current commissioners on human rights has applied for two other commissions. That they've indicated that would be that they would leave human rights if they got either one of them. I don't think there's anything we can do today. According to the city attorney, we would have to meet again. But I don't know where this is one of the ones appointed by the ad hoc committee, so I don't know where that would stand.
Let's see. That's good to know.
Any feedback, Councilmember Redding?
Well, we had some good candidates today, there's no question about that. I think, you know, I would agree with what the comments were. I go though, just as a process, so the incumbent who was just appointed. So I presume the practice has been you reappoint that person. And so then what we're talking about is choosing one of the others and, you know, whether disability, diversity, you know, there's several to choose from. And, you know, I'd be curious to think which of my colleagues would prefer, but I'm open to any of them. They were all very good candidates, I think.
There's two from Malachi.
Before speaking about specific candidates, I think going to building trust within our community, I think is really important. You know, we got those comments around people's impressions on applying and likelihood of getting on. And you know, I understand the concern or the preference of having someone be prepared. People have jobs, people have families, people have commitments. This is an unpaid service, public service role. And I think it's okay if people are not, I think there's a couple of stuff who were like, I'm ready here on day one. That's awesome. And we're really lucky, but I also think it's worth, including people who maybe, are not the most polished, the most studied, or haven't attended or participated in every commission for the last year and just have the life experience to bring a lot of perspective and experience. And so, you know, I think that is how we build trust. That is how we show the community that we want to hear directly from our community members, who otherwise aren't as engaged or plugged in into what are very like, you know, people to just, if you have a commitment that day, it's, I think, perfectly reasonable for someone not to have attended and been as plugged in as maybe some others are. So, yeah, I'd be open to either Nell or Malachi. I think that they both had, essentially they're both in social work. So I also thought Rob Cutworth was excellent. And so was Jack. Both had a lot of both professional and personal experience that they brought to this work.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could, I would write like a Robert Cutworth. I mean, certainly could bring to them an ability to help, you know, how do you actually move things forward, an ability of knowledge and understanding. So I guess it's hard, you know, what is it we're trying to accomplish? You know, so I guess maybe the best is a mix, because you have people like a Robert Cutworth that can do those things, and then you have people that bring other things to the table that so it rounds it out.
Right, yeah, and I think that's where we kind of look at like what is currently on the commission. What are the skill sets and perspectives, and then how it could add. Maybe.
How many people come off, a number of people come off next year, but they'll all get reappointed except for one.
No, there's two that come off next year, or one that comes off next year.
One that doesn't, yeah, Beverly Greer is the one I think who indicated that has applied for 2 others and would take those.
That's one of the very few women.
Yeah.
Commission.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit different. It's just a difficult commission because it's been so is it going through a transition? And so it was almost like if it was started all fresh, it'd be one thing, and I'm afraid that, and I don't, I mean, I liked Malachi very much, and so I'm not against it. I'm afraid that it will be a difficult for them to get traction to move forward in anything, but I think it's just the commission itself that is gonna have to work on it. And they have been. It seems like the last few meetings, I think, have been going very well from what I've heard. And any good question, Sharon?
has been much more focused lately and headed in a
So that's good.
organized direction.
So then maybe this may be a good time to bring on somebody who hasn't had that full experience, so.
Yeah.
Well, I don't point out Malachi, as he's, or they're filling a disability check mark. I appreciated the answers that
Yep.
we got. I'm very thoughtful, and on controversy, or it was, I really appreciated the perspective he brought. And he thought through questions before he answered. And the fact that there's two candidates here that have verbalized their disabilities. I think that's wonderful that they're here, and it's just a bonus that Malachi is, has the skills to be on. So how do you set a Malachi when all other items are equal on a good number of the candidates today? I could pick probably 4 easy, 5 probably. How do we pick another white man to serve?
That is a big.
What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean.
He's
Over the folk mission that the councils have had in the last handful of councils, several councils, to make sure that we're appointing as diverse commissions as we possibly can.
Right, so are you saying like you're moving Nevins and Strong?
Yeah.
So.
That's what I thought you were saying. Okay, all right, now I understand.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's interesting because we have had a problem with getting representation of all parts of our city, and as we've seen, we don't always get them applying. And on this commission, we actually have them applying,
well,
so.
and I will just say something else with this commission is that we've had commissioners who have left. And part of the reason that they've left is because they felt like there was not enough diversity on this commission and they didn't feel always that their voice was being heard. So I think that we have to be making sure that we're putting people, putting diverse perspectives on the commission and then making sure that the entire commission is really listening to folks and understanding the dynamics too, right? Because you do have some strong personalities and then you do have people like Malachi who are quieter, but Malachi often will respond to things to me and to give me all sorts of ideas, right, about things that need to be happen related to a whole host of issues. So I've heard those, but I feel like a big part of that again is making sure someone feels that you're a safe person to talk to, right? So I think that's one thing I'd like to see with the commission, and I guess I'll direct this to you, Jeremy, is just how we make sure that our commissioners feel like they can trust each other so that people who are quieter and people who are louder are still getting some time to share with how they feel and their thoughts are valued.
I was going to add, and also feel like it's a good use of their time.
Right.
Right, like. This is, just because it's unpaid doesn't mean people's time doesn't have value, and so, I think it's important that. The commission work is meaningful and actionable and feels productive. Because maybe you feel included, but if you haven't done anything a whole year, then it might not be a matter, it could be inclusion, it could be, I could be doing something else, right? And so I just also want to highlight that, but like. The functionality of each commission is also a retention strategy.
And that's why it seems better that they're more focused now, because it seems people can actually see results of their input. And I think that's one thing that sometimes different commissions struggle with.
So Mayor, if I could, to all of your points, if I may, I think the most important thing we can do as a council to achieve the things you just said, to make it feel trusted, to make them feel wanted, to make them feel the things that they're volunteering their time for, is if, going back to the idea that there's a council liaison for the commissions. The dynamic changes so much when a council member's there, and again, it doesn't have to be every meeting, could be every other meeting. But, and if I could speak as experience as city manager for 21 years with commissions, as you know, there are times where commissions work well, not so well, they get off track. But through all of that, whenever there was council support there, it made a difference to them because they bring the ability to understand, well, council's general direction is X, and it helps give them legitimacy. Now, the reverse, if you don't have that, and I understand it's a time commitment, but if you don't have that, the alternative is, well, unless we're able to have a study session with each commission once a year at least to go over their specific goals, then they don't really know what council direction is. But there's so many commissions, it's hard to do that. So that's why I think a council liaison for the commissions is hugely important. So I would just offer that.
I do agree with you, but we did agree to bring this back as a council agenda.
I was just making a comment.
I'm not sure we should have a discussion on it now, but
They're just making a
Well,
comment.
we've been talking about everything else.
No, that's true. Okay,
So-
then, Mr. Mayor, it's your meeting.
Okay, are we continuing discussion? Or are we gonna have a motion on the floor?
I do want to just add one more thing. There were so many good people in this group that I really had different, that I liked, because I do like Stasser too. I mean, he was really good, and Jack, and I mean, there was a lot of good people.
Just a question. So if someone does, someone identified they're likely to resign if they get another commission. What's that process like? So can we just go from these pool of applicants and then ask to appoint as a subcommittee, or how does that work? Does it have to come?
So we had that question while I was filing that, and he asked me that, already. So it's a matter of unscheduled and scheduled vacancies. That kind of drives the bus. If it's an unscheduled vacancy, scheduled is gonna be if they reach their term, but then they're scheduled. Unscheduled is resignations, decide not to serve, whatever that is. That requires by the MATI Act that we give a notice, we have to open up recruitment and give a notice, and we can't appoint anybody for 10 days. That's what the MATI Act states. So, but these are kind of unusual circumstances whereby we're already in an open campaign, and we are interviewing and we are appointing. And so I did send another email back to Jeff to opine to say, in this situation.
But like 6 months from now, if there's an opening, we can't just fill it.
No,
No,
not if it's unscheduled. We have to notify and go back out to the MATI Act directions and do the recruitment and open it up, even though you have a pool. Now, you don't have to, you can select from the people that we currently have in this pool.
Right. So we just like,
Hold it open.
But you still have to hold it open for 10 days based on the MATI Act.
And allow for others to,
Yeah.
which you could get others.
The point is,
It's not, we could,
Yeah.
we would be able to.
we'd have to do it. I mean, this is the first time we've had it that I
During
remember
this
where you could
Yeah.
appoint, you can create a vacancy in the next 2 weeks or whenever you're doing your ad hoc ones.
Yeah, and we don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah. Okay,
Can I make one comment?
yes, please.
As I'm listening throughout the room, I hear multiple people talk about the diversity of the applicant pool and how it's sort of evolved over time. I just wanted to say thanks to Brenda and her team, because we saw a real increased effort, a targeted outreach effort to increase diversity. And I think, thank you. I think those efforts really paid off by what we saw today.
We drove some female through here just so you have a.
All right, so we're here because we're here to do the work of council. There are a handful of people qualified to get appointed. So it is not a simple decision for us to make. We've talked about a couple names. What way do we want to go?
I'd like to see us appoint Malachi. That's the strong opinion I have.
Okay, Councilmember Bernstein?
Well, I like Malachi and I like Rick, but I understand the need to have people we want to serve be included in the group that is serving them. That makes.
But all other criteria must be equal. So in your eyes, is it equal criteria for all these other candidates, or is Rick rise above the crop?
Well, I say this because I know him, but so it's a little bit, I don't know the others so well, I know Stasek a little bit better, but, so that's. I wouldn't say it's a bias, it's just that I have more experience in knowing him that you get from a 5-minute interview. But I don't want to be in a situation where we have an opportunity to bring a new voice to a commission that needs new voices and we don't do it. And so that's where I think you brought up some really valid points. I'm interested in hearing what else other people think. And I think unlike others, Malachi seemed to have, who also bring different voices, seem to have, I wouldn't say like ground day one be in there, but clearly had the credentials and the thought, and I think a lot of it does have to do with how the commission is run to hear, not to let those voices get drowned out. I'm open to either one right now. I wouldn't be if it all switched. Do you, it's hard because they're all good and different.
Yep.
Councilman Moretti?
So Harrison Stasek.
Yeah.
Malachi, now Richard, Robert, I think they stood out for me. I agree with what you're saying. Councilman Gardner had a strong feeling for Malachi. I could support that. So I think that gets us sort of where we want to be. So are you looking, I end my comments. I yield to Council Mayor Pro Tem Soto.
I'm supportive of Malachi, absolutely.
Anybody else?
Of the other interviews that stood out to me, I would say Nell and Rob both had skill sets and perspectives that I thought could be valuable, different ones. But Rob talking about his experience trying to support his children, I thought was also really quite moving. And again, kind of like leading the work that's done. Nell's kind of housing and social services, kind of very similar. So those were the three that stood out to me. But Malachi would be top of that list.
Stasek is still serving on the Administrative Appeals Board, so he didn't come out of that yet.
No.
But he's got another choice, doesn't he?
He was only appointed last year to the Administrative Appeals Board.
I can't find it. Okay, so I'm hearing that it's there's a majority. So the motion would be that we appoint Malachi Strong.
I'd make a motion for Malachi.
Okay, motion for, we're moving for Malachi Strong to be appointed, and for, Scott Nevins to continue. So there's two terms, there's a 27 and 28. 28 was opened after we made the appointments last time. So I would give the regular term to the current incumbent, and Malachi taking the 2027 term.
I would second that.
All in favor?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yes. So I'm just, okay, now I see it, sorry.
In the 7 years, or I guess there wouldn't be 7 years, but is the 7 years all commissions? Just,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Motion in a second, all in favor?
Aye.
It's fine.
A lot of quiet eyes. Any opposition? All right, motion carries. Okay, so now our meeting comes to an end. So Brenda,